Welcome out to new Magic set review day, everyone. I am going to be looking at every single card in here, which means this is probably going to be a long video. I'll try to include some timestamps of, actually, I'll get my pen and paper ready to write some of these down. I'll include some timestamps so it's easier to find the different colors. I am going to be looking at these cards strictly in a limited sense. Just looking at them for draft, sealed, etc. That's all I'm really going to be paying attention to. So if you're thinking about like your constructed, your commanders, your standards, your historic brawls or whatever, I won't be doing that. So what we'll do is we'll start off by looking at the gold cards, as that should give us an idea of what the different color pairs are looking to do. So let's find those. I have not looked at all these cards, by the way. So there's going to be quite a few I don't know what's going on. Starting with, there we go. Yeah, if you're watching this on the YouTube VOD, appreciate if you like and subscribe and all that, because I do Magic every single Monday. So our first card is it's a blue-white rare, which is Abuelo Ancestral Echo. 1 white and a blue for Legendary Spirit. He's a 2/2 flyer with Ward 2. Wow. That's actually kind of awesome. Like a 2/2 flyer for 3 is awesome. And having Ward 2 to protect him actually makes him like a pretty good threat. And you can spend 1 white blue, exile another target creature or artifact you control, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. So if you got some powerful ETB effects, you can already start blinking stuff. This is the rare, so I don't necessarily think this is the like signpost uncommon. But the blinking effect is cool. Now, so for a card like this, you kind of have to grade it on not paying for its other effect. Like just on its own, we have a 3-mana 2/2 flyer, which is fine. Like that's already like a C+ level card. But it getting Ward 2 is really good, because now you got a good aggressive card that's going to be more difficult for your opponent to deal with, because any kind of spot removal gets taxed, and that's huge. Ward 2 does a lot. So that kind of, and then he's got the extra ability on top of that, so I'm bumping this up to about probably like a B. Yeah, this is like a B. This isn't like a, if you see this card go all in on white, blue, hell yeah, you're doing the thing, but it's just a good card. I'm not super sure how relevant the extra ability is going to be on that, but it'll be cool. So B for Abuelo. And then the actual white-blue uncommon is Master's Guide Mural. Ranks go from D to A. It goes from F to A. F is like actually unplayable. Master's Guide Mural. 3 white-blue for an artifact. At uncommon, when it enters the battlefield, you get a 4/4 white and blue golem artifact creature token. So a 5-mana 4/4. But it also has one of the new mechanics of the set, which is craft with artifact. And crafting is, you pay the mana cost, which in this case it's 4 white, white, blue, so 7 mana. And then you can exile Master's Guide Mural, plus another artifact you control, or an artifact card from your graveyard, or all of the above. It looks like you only need to do it with 1, but you activate this at sorcery. Some cards allow you to craft with multiple pieces, and then when you craft it, it becomes Master's Manufactory. It's an artifact with tap. Make a 4/4 white and blue golem artifact creature token. Oh, I see. I see. So it's a 5-mana 4/4. And then at 7 mana, which includes double white, you can exile any other artifact, which can include the token. And then you got this thing that you can just start tapping to just start pumping out 4/4s. But you can activate this only if Master's Manufactory or another artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn. Okay, so there's a clause there. Okay. That's tough. That is a powerful effect, as it makes every single one of your artifacts basically give you an additional 4/4. That adds up really, really quickly. So it looks like blue-white is going to be artifact-based. Very similar to like Phyrexia, all will be one. But the cost to activate this is a lot. Like 7 mana to flip this over is quite a bit, and I would not be excited playing 5 mana for a 4/4. I mean, if you can get there, if you get there and you manage to get it, pay the mana out, and you get it flipped, and you still got artifacts left in the deck, this will pop off. But I think there's quite a bit of a steep cost here. And then, yeah, it's one of those kind of cards that needs support. It's not great on its own. It's a little bit of a build around. And if you have other artifacts and you get them into the graveyard, that actually makes it easier to transform. Because if you target the token, I think they can kill the token in response to prevent the crafting, unless that's part of the casting cost. I might be incorrect on that. I'm not actually super sure. But either way, it's a lot. This is like a build around like C+. Like, it takes support, it takes effort, and a lot of mana. Not excited for that. This is one of the cards I did see that is currently making a pretty big splash and a lot of speculation on it already in Constructed, but this is the Ancient One. Blue-black for a legendary spirit god at Mythic. It's an 8/8 for blue-black, 2 mana 8/8. But it also says, Descend 8. The Ancient One can't attack or block unless there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. So you need to get a bunch of permanents in your graveyard, otherwise this is literally a 2 mana do nothing. But it also has an ability, 2 blue-black, draw a card, then discard a card. When you discard a card this way, target player mills cards equal to its mana value. So it does have a way, if you get this out early, you can then start enabling it, allowing you to loot, discard your weakest card, and if it's one you really don't need, it could be something that's not a land, it just has like mana value to it, and then you get a little bit extra mill to help pump it up, and you get yourself to an 8/8. This definitely feels more like a constructed card than a limited card. But would I still play this in limited? Yeah, absolutely. Especially if a game goes long. I don't know if this is one I would necessarily... I don't know if I would necessarily play this out early. So just mill yourself? Yeah, the idea is you mill yourself, because then you enable the Ancient One on its own, and you can do this at instant speed. So if your opponent attacks, you could activate this in response, and suddenly you have an 8/8 blocker. Yeah, this is a card that helps you a lot in games that go long, for sure. But at the end of the day, it is still just a creature. I don't know what the removal is going to be like in this set. And it doesn't have much protection outside of that, and it doesn't really do a whole lot immediately on its own. So, certainly potential there. But yeah, I don't feel like this is quite the Windmill Slam. This isn't quite the Windmill Slam card you'd be hoping for, but... yeah, if you get it active, that it... So I guess you can kind of think of it that way. Is it really a 2 mana 8/8? Because on turn 2, it doesn't do anything. You did a 2 mana for nothing. It's not going to do anything until much later. Yeah, this is weirdly a card that's more helpful later on, where it's just like a very cheap creature that's big, and your opponent has to start worrying about it a little bit. It's not really good for like early game. Yeah, maybe that's how I'd play it. I would try to play this card as late as possible. Draw out your opponent's removal, and then have a very big threat that's hard for them to block, aside from chumping a lot, and gives you a pretty big defender. So either way, Is it a bomb level? Probably not quite, but it looks pretty good to me. I'll go with B+. You could also try to win by milling out the opponent. You could, but they'll die faster if you start hitting them for 8. Alright, well that's a mythic rare. Let's move on. We got another blue-black card. This is another rare. This is Whale of the Forgotten. It's a rare sorcery with Descend 8. So, okay, it looks like blue-black is going to be caring about having permanents in your graveyard. Descend 8. Choose one. If there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard as you cast this spell, choose 1 or more instead. Okay, so it's a mortal card. The options are return target non-land permanents to its owner's hand, target opponent discards a card, or look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. I like this. That actually looks really good. I would be happy playing this even without the Descend part because those are a lot of options. Obviously, the sorcery speed is less than ideal, but I think the modal options of it kind of makes up for it. And if you do happen to have the Descend, if you get to do all 3 of these, that's quite a bit. You bounce your opponent's thing, tempo play them quite a bit, get them discard whatever else is in their hand, and then you also get to look at your top 3 cards and take the best one. That all seems really good. I like that. Now, keep in mind the way this reads and plays out is like, I don't believe you can bounce something to their hand and then make them discard the same thing. Like if their hand is empty, it all resolves at the same time. Like you can't like return target non-land permanent, then they discard, then you look at the top 3. It all happens at the same time. But still, this seems good. Again, not like a bomb or anything, but I like it. B. This looks like another card that's going to do a lot in Constructed, but I'd be happy playing this in Limited for sure. It does resolve top to bottom? Okay. Like Gix's command? That's what I thought. I was trying to be safe and assume I was wrong, like most things. Yeah, so later in the game, if you have Descend 8, and your opponent's hand is empty, it basically works as a removal spell, and that's great. And then you get card selection on top of that. All right, next up is... Oh, Jesus, I'm going to butcher all these. Akbenbach, the Great Mistake. Same! Oh, it's me! They finally put me in the Magic the Gathering. Nice. This is 3 blue-black for a legendary skeleton horror. Also me. Uncommon. It's a 6/4. With Vigilance and Menace. So you got 5 mana, 6/4, Vigilance, Menace. With Descend 8, you can spend 4 blue and a black to return Ukenbach, the Great Mistake, from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Activate it only if there's 8 or more permanents in your graveyard and only as a sorcery speed. So finality counter isn't really a mechanic for Lost Caverns of Ixalan, but it's more going to be like an evergreen thing they're doing. Where... when cards used to say, if this card would be go to the graveyard, exile it instead. Basically now it's going to be finality counters. So when you, anything with finality counter, if it goes to the graveyard, it instead gets exiled. That's what that means. This is a 5 mana 6/4 that you can basically recur once later in the game. Yeah, and if you got ways of like removing those counters, then it'll stick around. I don't really necessarily look at it as like a huge reward for going blue-black. But it is like a really good... It's a good offensive and defensive blue-black card. Like the Menace makes it hard to block, especially with its 6 power. If it gets double blocked, there's a good chance you'll be able to take out both creatures. And the Vigilance means you can attack with it and still be able to block. Yeah, this just looks solid. Looks like another B. So it can be blinked or returned to hand and not be exiled? Correct, Tigerhawk, yeah. That's another way of getting rid of the finality counters. It's only if it goes to graveyard that the finality counter makes them get exiled. Yeah, all the blue-black cards look really good. Next is red-black cards, and our first one is Molten Collapse, which is not the signpost uncommon, but it is good. This is a black-red sorcery at rare. Choose one. If you descended this turn, you may choose both instead. And this is the other mechanic that Lost Caverns of Ixalan is doing. It's descend, which basically means if a permanent card was put into your graveyard from anywhere, you have descended. So it can be a creature going to graveyard, it could be a land going to graveyard. You could discard a card and put it into the graveyard. That's also descending. And its options are destroy target non-creature or planeswalker, or destroy target non-creature, non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less. This is just a good card. Tokens count too. The second part will only count tokens as long as it's not a creature, though, because it has to be non-creature, non-land permanent. But it would hit token. This is red-black, destroy target creature or planeswalker. That's excellent. That's efficient. This is going to be around in Standard and Pioneer and probably a lot of other constructed formats for a long time. This is just great. B+, just super efficient removal. I don't think I need to say much more about it. Add Modern. I wish I knew more about Modern, because I really, really don't. But I assume this is going to be one of those cards that a lot of people end up playing. All right. Next up. All right, so this is the actual signpost. Uncommon. Oh, Jesus. These are all going to have weird names, huh? Zoyawa Lava Tongue. Black-red for a legendary Goblin Warlock. It's a 2/2 uncommon with Death Touch. Okay. 2/2 Death Touch. And at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, each opponent may discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. Zoyawa Lava Tongue deals 3 damage to each opponent who didn't. Oh. Interesting. So it does have to be during your end step for the descend to work, but if you do, either hitting the opponent for 3 damage, which is a lot, or they're just sacking stuff or discarding a card. Oh my god, this is going to be so obnoxious and constructed, huh? Because, like, between, like, fetch lands and all that, yeah, that's going to suck. Well, enjoy that, constructed nerds. Blue Eyes White Boy and Zagaranov, thank you for the resubs. I'd be happy just playing this as a 2/2 Death Touch. Good early, good late. That already makes it the B. And then I think the descend part is just like a bonus. It is going to be slightly more difficult to get the descend to happen on your turn. It does make your attacks better, because if your opponent blocks and takes out your creatures, you are punishing them with a discard, a sacrifice, or 3 extra damage. And he's also a Death Toucher, which makes him a good blocker. Yeah. Zoya looks good. I'm actually going to go B+. So, which I guess red-black is, I guess their sign. As a signpost uncommon, it doesn't really, like, do the thing or, like, make you excited to play it. It's just a dude. Still, he's good. He's a good dude. All right, next up is, oh God, it's Quinth. It's Quinth, firstborn of Gishath. Jeez. It's gonna be all like that, huh? It's a red-green legendary dinosaur, uncommon. It's a 2/3 with haste. And when its quinth enters the battlefield, you may pay an additional 2. When you do, target dinosaur you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature. So you got 2 mana, 2/3 haste, which makes it an excellent haste attacker because that extra point of toughness even makes this like a good attacker on the draw. That's great. And then later in the game, you got a 2 mana bite effect. And what's great is that it can target itself. So if you pay the extra 2, its target dinosaur, you can make its quinth deal 2 damage to target creature. Yeah, that's good. That's just a good creature with a bite effect as a kicker cost. Gishath canonically fucks. Nice. Looks good. B. I guess red-green is just going to be dinosaurs, which, you know what, that tracks. Polani's Hatcher is 3 red-green for a rare dinosaur at 5/3. Other dinosaurs you control have haste, and when Polani's Hatcher enters the battlefield, create 2 0/1 green dinosaur egg creature tokens. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control one or more eggs, sacrifice an egg, and then create a 3/3 green dinosaur creature token. Oh, okay. So, 3 red and a green, and if you are able to go straight to combat, you're basically getting a 5/3 and a minimum of 3/3 with haste for 5 mana. That's solid. And then if she sticks around, you can sacrifice the other egg and get another dinosaur. Wow, that's aggressive. It is only 3 toughness, which does make Polani, you know, a little vulnerable, but then you send in the token first and you don't attack with her until later. Of course, your opponent could kill it before you go into combat, which is always something to consider. So keep that in mind. If you play this into open mana, you could get punished for it. But yeah, this looks like just another good dinosaur. Not a payoff, but it enhances all the other dinosaurs in red green because she gives all the other ones haste, not herself. Keep in mind. But yeah, even like if for some reason you need to block, this shows up and starts getting you chump blockers. Or 3/3s if it comes to that. This looks really good. Yeah, this is another B. Moving on to green and white cards. We have Kutzel, Malamet Exemplar. 1 green white for a legendary cat warrior uncommon. It's a 3/3. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Tight. Whenever one or more creatures you control each with power greater than its base power deals combat. Whenever one or more creatures you control each with power greater than its base power deals. Whenever one or more creatures you control each with power greater than its base power deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Why is each in there? Whenever it's one or more creatures. Why does it not say whenever one or more creatures you control with power greater than its base power deals combat damage to a player, draw a card? That's a sentence. Why is the word each in there? That's throwing me off. Like, I get the effect. Basically, if any of your creatures gets a combat trick or has an equipment or a +1/+1 counter and they hit a player, you get to draw a card. So green-white just wants to get beefier, I assume from +1/+1 counters. I think it's saying if any of them don't have it, it doesn't work. I think that's how it reads too, Dove Whiteblood. Like your whole team needs to be buffed. Or the ones dealing combat damage have to be the buffed ones. So you send in adjust them? I don't know. I think that's how it reads. This might be one of those things where I need to see it played in Arena first to fully understand it. But that's a really, really confusing thing to read. Yeah. Okay, so how is it? It's a 3-mana 3/3, which is fine. That's solid. From your understanding, the units dealing damage all need to be power greater than base. At least the ones hitting the opponent, yeah? Because, like, if for some reason your opponent blocks your unbuffed ones, then it doesn't matter. Just the ones actually hitting the opponent need to be beefier. Still, that's not the cleanest wording, but we'll get there. This is okay. I don't know. I feel like I'll need to see the rest of the cards to really know how well it's going to be supported. But I feel like green-white has had these kind of decks before, where it's like +1/+1 counters and all that. And this card doesn't really, like... This is more of a payoff for doing that. Like, this gives you a means of drawing extra cards or having buffed up creatures, which is great. Like, drawing extra cards is a very powerful effect, but the card itself doesn't do the thing on its own. The card draw is good, though. I'm leaning B-. This is purely in a vacuum because I have no idea what the green and white cards are like. Your Liege? Thank you for the resub. Yeah. Does that make sense? Like, this is more of like a reward than a than something you want to like kind of build towards or whatever. The idea is to use combat tricks so that your opponent can't interact at instant speed. Yeah, absolutely. Because like if you're attacking in, your opponent can't cast spells during your turn to even deal with it. Which if you're using combat tricks, you know, then you're getting some extra damage in there. And if those creatures hit it, then you are drawing a card. So you're not really like, if you have to use combat tricks to do this, you're not really like going up in card advantage. You are getting some extra damage in there, but you're not like really getting ahead if you got to spend combat tricks to do this. I think it's more having +1/+1 counters or equipment. That's the way you really get ahead of the opponent. So hopefully the other cards provide that. Let's look at the other cat. Sovereign Okenek Ahau. 2 green-white for a legendary cat noble. That's a mythic. A 3/4 with ward 2. A lot of ward in this set. Whenever Sovereign Okenek Ahau attacks, for each creature you control with power greater than that creature's base power, put a number of +1/+1 counters on that creature equal to the difference. So, whenever he attacks, any of your creatures that are buffed get buffer. This looks better. And it has ward 2. And he does see himself, so you can also make himself slowly get bigger. If there's like a trumpet blast kind of effect for green or white, yeah, this can like really go off. Yeah, this looks way better. 5-mana 3/4 is just a great blocker. The ward 2 also protects it really well. This looks better. It's probably still like a B. B+. I like that ward 2 a lot. B+. Seems like a lot of work for the effect. It depends. It could... We'll have to see the other green-white cards. For all we know, there could be like a lot of white 1/1s that just show up with +1/+1 counters, which technically counts. You can be scary with combat tricks. Well, the issue with that is the combat trick can't be a gotcha because it's when Sovereign Okenek Ahau attacks. So you need to have those spells attack, or that combat trick cast, before the trigger of him attacking resolves. So either in your pre-combat maiden phase or immediately after declaring attackers. So it's not like a huge thing. Oh, that's what it is, Jugon. You're right. Green has a lot of explore, and when a creature explores, they can get a +1/+1 counter. Oh, that could be it. That would be huge. Yeah, I'm gonna go with B+ for Sovereign. Next is probably the cutest vampire you ever did see, and everyone's real excited about her. Amalia Benavides Aguirre. Aguirre? Aguirre. White and a black for a legendary vampire scout. She's rare. 2/2. And she has ward, pay 3 life. Excellent. Whenever you gain life, Amalia Benavides explores. When you explore, you look at the top card of your library. You can put it into your hand. You reveal the top card. If it's a land, you can put it into your hand. And if it's not a land, you can put a +1/+1 counter on any one of your on the exploring creature. Put that card back on top, or put it into your graveyard. So exploring can either get you +1/+1 counters or card advantage. It's excellent. And then if Amalia's power is exactly 20, destroy all other creatures. You can ignore that last sentence. This will die before its power gets exactly 20. Also, if for some reason by that point you have a 22, you've won the game a long time ago. Don't worry about the 20 part. That's probably some like commander shenanigans that they're looking to throw in there. That's what I assume. Don't worry about that part. But 2/2 for 2 with ward, pay 3 life that explores whenever you gain life. Okay, so I assume they are vampires, so I assume there's going to be some lifelink and some other life gain something going on somewhere in here. I assume. And when you do, she gets to explore. That's really strong. Especially if you have any instant speed exploring. Excuse me. Yeah, she looks really good. Let's say B+. She doesn't hit the A level because she doesn't instantly like win the game or anything when she shows up. But it's excellent. B+. Next. Oh, more of these names. Bartolome del Presidio. White-black for a legendary vampire knight at uncommon. He's a 2/1 with sacrifice another creature or artifact. Put a +1/+1 counter on Bartolome. So this is actually kind of a big deal. Maybe people don't realize this because there has not been a card that allows you to just sacrifice another creature or artifact without a mana cost in a long time. So this guy showing up is kind of crazy. Alright, so white-black has a sacrifice theme. Which is interesting, because normally that's like in red-black. Yeah. And whenever you do, he gets a +1/+1 counter. So how good is that? Does white-black also make a lot of tokens or something to make him stronger? I mean, he's a decent thing to have out because you can also sacrifice any one of your creatures in response to any of your opponent's spells, which would fizzle the spell. So if there's any additional effects on top of it, they don't get that. That's pretty big. I don't feel like it's amazing. Like off the top of my head, he's like a C+. Because it needs support. I might need it. This might be one of those things that needs the context of the other cards in the set, which I don't know. I'm going to say C+. I'm prepared to be very wrong about that. And that's just from lack of knowledge. Yeah, I know you can make the map tokens. But the way this works is that you have to sacrifice I guess I need to double check the map token, because I think you have to tap the map token to get the map token effect, because this just sacrifices the artifacts outright, and then you don't get the bonus on top of it. Ryan K. Lizard, thank you for the reset. Yeah, I'll stick with that. And we'll have to see how it plays out. Map tokens are tapping 1 mana? Yeah, okay. So then, I mean, it does give you fodder, but it's not like a extra bonus on top of it. All right, let's move on. Vito, surprised you even showed up. Fanatic of Alcazatz, 2 white-black for a legendary mythic vampire demon. He's a 4/4 flyer. Whenever you sacrifice another permanent, you gain 2 life. If this is the first time that ability has resolved this turn. If it's the second time, each opponent loses 2 life. It's the third time, you make a 4/3 white and black vampire demon creature token with flying. Okay. So white-black has both a sacrifice theme and a little bit of like a life gain theme. A little bit in there. Which is, that's strong. I'd be happy with this as a 4 mana 4/4 flyer. That's strong. That's efficient. And then anything else around it, if you have things to sacrifice to gain life. I mean, the ideal of obviously, the best thing you could do is sacrifice 3 things and get that 4/3 flying vampire demon token. That's huge. But this, yeah, this is a 4/4 flyer. This is something your opponent needs to deal with. Vito looks great. I think Vito's actually an A. Yeah, I'm going to say A. Yeah, I'm going to assume there's like some token creation shenanigans going on. Next is Captain Storm. Cosmium Raider. She's back. Blue-red. Legendary human pirate at uncommon. She's a 2/2. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target pirate you control. Alright, 2/2 blue-red that also cares about artifacts. It is, and pirates, I guess. It's almost like they're doing like double tribal stuff. Or if it's red blue, there's a good chance there's probably a lot of treasure generation or those map tokens. And then you can start buffing herself or your other pirates. Yeah, seems fine. Is that Ragavan behind her? I don't think so. He doesn't have his signature goggles. I like that it's target pirate you control. So you can spread it out. Yeah, C seems okay. C+. So then the other red-blue is... Oh, it's the Healy. Who also is not a planeswalker anymore, I guess? Oh, why does the planeswalker symbol have like the little lightning bolt through it? Is this not a story spotlight card anymore? Do they still do those things? No, whatever. Oh, it means their spark is gone. Ah, okay. But they'll keep that there just in case, you know, in case they ever want to bring it back. Someday. All right. So Healy. The Sun's Brilliance, no longer a planeswalker. Blue-red for a legendary human artificer at Mythic. She's a 2/2. And you can spend blue-red, create a token that's a copy of another target creature or artifact you control, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types. It gains haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Alright, she's a 2-mana 2/2 that can copy your artifacts and send them in. That's not great. That's not great. This is definitely going to be more of a constructed card than anything else. I feel like on our own it's not that exciting. I mean, you can do some like cute stuff where like you're creating copies of things and using that for crafting and blah blah blah. But it's kind of, you're putting in a lot of effort for probably not a lot of payoff. It's definitely going to be more of a constructed card. But it is a 2-mana 2/2. Oh, I guess you can copy other creatures, not just artifacts. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. You can copy other creatures. I was thinking just artifacts. Okay, that is better. That is better. And you can activate it at instant speed, so you can also use it defensively. And you can do that cute thing where you activate her after the end step has already entered. So then you got that thing sticking around until the next end step on your turn. I think the ability enough is going to really probably beef her up to be super obnoxious to deal with. I mean, that's a decent place to put your mana. It is a bear early on, and later you just get to start being super obnoxious. Would it be wild to say A-? Yeah. Leaning A-. I'm curious about her. Okay. Next. The Belligerent. 2 blue-red for a legendary rare vehicle. It's a 5/5. Whenever the Belligerent attacks, you make a treasure token. Until end of turn, you may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. Crew 3. A lot of times these vehicle cards, how good they end up being, really depends on their crew cost. Crew cost of 3 is a little up there. Interestingly, so the way this reads, you need to attack with it in order to also look at the top card of your library and be able to play those cards. Am I reading that right? Because it's like in the same paragraph. Yeah. I don't love that. If you're able to like crew it up and not worry about the treasure token and just play stuff off the top of your deck, that's a little bit better. Yeah, I don't love it. I think the having to attack part of it does weaken it a little bit, and just getting a treasure off of it isn't like super exciting. But you know, it is a 5/5. It's a way of making some of your smaller creatures a little bit better. Yeah, probably just like a C for the Belligerent. I'm not feeling that one. Next is green-black. I think this is one of the guys I did manage to see. This is Issaquah, the Seething Tower. 1 black-green for a legendary fungus. At uncommon, it's a 3/3. Another 3-mana 3/3, fine. But this has Descend 4. As long as there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, it then gets +2/+2 and has Trample. But it also has Descend 8. If there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, it gets an additional +2/+2 and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. This card's just great. That's a good card. This is a 3-mana 3/3 that just gets better and better as the game goes on. From a 3/3 to a 5/5 trample to a 7/7 trample that can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. This is one of those cards where like your opponent has to deal with it like pretty early on, or it's just going to get out of control and just beat them down. This looks really good. Oh my god. Yeah, this is just do both descend effects stack? Yes. So it goes from 3/3 to 5/5 trample to 7/7 trample. This just looks good everywhere around. Is this an uncommon A? Maybe not uncommon A, but I think it actually is an A-. That was my first thought. Because, like, when would you be unhappy to cast this card? Like, it's just going to get better. Like, imagine it being, like, turn 8 or 9 or something, and you play a 3-mana 7/7 trample. That's insane. Our quality looks super good. I could see this showing up in Constructed. Yeah, A-. Our quality looks great. I would splash for this card. Yeah, A-. I guess green-black is going back to the old self-mill strat. Start descended. Next up, Squirming Emergence. 1 black-green for a rare sorcery that has Fathomless Descent. Return to the battlefield. Target non-land permanent card in your graveyard with mana value less than or equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. It's a reanimate effect. It has to be mana value less than or equal. Okay, so it sees itself. Well, whatever card you're targeting. Yeah, okay, so basically if you have like 6 cards in your graveyard, or 6 permanent cards in your graveyard, you can reanimate a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 mana card. It's a 3-mana reanimate. But you need things in the graveyard to be able to bring back bigger things. That seems alright. Huh. Where would I put it, though? You just kind of get card for card on it. This just kind of seems okay to me. I'm not loving it. I'm not loving it. It looks like a C. It is on the cheaper side, and I like that it goes to the battlefield. Yeah, just looks like a C. This might end up being one that like beats me a lot, though. I think it's going to play a lot like Back for Seconds. No, Back for Seconds is a much better card. The difference between this card and something like Back for Seconds is that Back for Seconds can get 2 cards for 1. That alone puts you at an advantage, especially with the card selection on top of it. This just goes card for card. Like, so you're not really getting a card advantage out of it. And then, like, if you're trying to, like, cheat out bigger stuff, you're going to need even more things in your graveyard in order to do that. It's also sorcery speed. So Back for Seconds is a better card than this one, especially since it's a gold card. It just kind of looks okay. I'm going to go C for Squirming Emergence. Alright. And finally, in green-black, we have the Micro Tyrant. Run black-green for a legendary Elder Fungus. The art looks awesome. It's mythic. It has trample, and the Micro Tyrant's power and toughness are each equal to the number of creatures you control that are fungi and or saprolings. Are these other guys fungi or sapling? Okay, yeah, quality is a fungus. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, create X 1/1 black fungus creature tokens with this creature can't block, where X is the number of times you descended this turn. Okay, so on your end step, as your stuff gets destroyed or dies or whatever, they become 1/1 little fungus creatures that can't attack. How many funguses are in the set? You know. Oh, welcome to the stream, Landmaster. Thanks for coming by. This seems like another one where I would need to see like all the other cards in green and black to really know. Because it kind of seemed you pretty much need Fungi and Sapperlings to kind of make it good on its own. And then your stuff dying and making him slightly bigger is just upside. Them becoming like 1/1s, like the fact that the 1/1s can't block sucks a lot. Like if they were just straight up Sapperlings, like 1/1 Sapperlings, that could still block, then it'd be amazing. But this is a very aggressive card. Not quite a win more, just an aggressive card. Let's say B- for it. That grade can go up depending on like the funguses that show up. Definitely a build around. Yeah, I guess you could try to prioritize getting funguses. I don't know. I'll have to see. Alright, we still have red, white, and blue, green left. Alright, in red, white, we have another rare. Anim Pakal, the 1000th Moon. Red, 1, red, white, legendary human soldier. It's a 1/2. Whenever you attack with one or more non-gnome creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on Anim Pakal, then create X 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature tokens that are tapped and attacking, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Anim Pakal. Oh, this is like a. I'm gonna forget the goblin's name. Dominari Goblin, where you can make X. Krenko, thank you. That's it. Not Dominaria, War of the Spark. Yeah, it's Krenko. Only it just counts about gnomes. And Anim Pakal does not need to be attacking herself. And she'll get bigger. It is only equal to the number of +1/+1 counters, so you can't really like buff her power elsewhere and get more gnomes out of it. It has to be +1/+1 counters. That is a snowball effect, though. It has to be non-gnome, so you can't like use your gnome artifact creatures to keep triggering herself. It has to be other things, but that's kind of fun. Yeah, that's a good steamroll effect. Looks like a B+. Next, we have the Signpost Uncommon. Caparocti Sunborn. 2 red, white, legendary human soldier at Uncommon. And it's a 4/4. A 4-mana 4/4. And whenever Caparocti Sunborn attacks, you may tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. And if you do, discover 3. Discover is the other big mechanic here. So whenever it says discover number, you start flipping over cards from the top of your library until you find a non-land card with mana value equal to or less than the discover amount. And then you can either put that card straight into your hand or cast it right away. So it's a 4-mana 4/4, and when it attacks, if you have untapped artifacts, it just gets you some card advantage. That's solid. I kind of like seeing these cards for red-white, because usually, like, you know, red-white Boros aggro, one of their main issues they end up having is just kind of running out of gas and running on fumes very early on when they just play out all their cards and got nothing left. But cards like this can help refill the hand. Does it look incredible? No. We'll have to see like how many like artifacts you can really get with them. Oh no, it can be untapped artifacts and or other creatures. Okay. The creature's a little bit trickier because then you're putting the defenses down. Yeah, it's similar to Cascade. But different. Looks fine. I'm just going to say B. 4 mana, 4/4. Solid. And every now and then you're going to get an extra card out of it. That's good. B. And this is the one Planeswalker for the set. Quintorius Canned. Quintorius, the Loxodon from Strixhaven, has become a full-fledged Planeswalker. Way to go, buddy. I assume this happened because Wizards of the Coast was just like, you know what we need? A weird animal Planeswalker. Aside from just a Johnny. Alright, 3 red, white for Quintorius, a mythic Planeswalker with 4 loyalty. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, Quintorius deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. And his abilities are +1, you make a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token. Tight. -3, discover 4. And -6, exile any number of target cards from your graveyard, then add red mana for each card exiled this way. You may play those cards this turn. Yeah, an important note is that Discover casts from exile. So when he shows up, you can -3 him, get a Discover, cast that card, and hit your opponent for 2 and gain 2. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, this is just good. This is just an A. You're making token 3/2 so that he can help protect himself while his loyalty goes up. That's pretty insane. And then he's also got that card advantage on top of it. There's a -6 ultimate, less exciting, but you know, there can still be situations where that helps out because you're getting extra mana to cast it, especially if it's like removal spells or extra creatures or whatever. And then you also draining your opponent for 2 every time you do it. Quintorius is great. A. Not much else to say. It's a Planeswalker card. You're going to be very happy opening it and playing it. Splash it too. Alright. Finally, green-blue. Ninkinzil, Current Conductor. Green-blue for a legendary Merfolk Scout uncommon. It's a 2/3. Whenever a creature you control explores a land card, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Whenever a creature you control explores a non-land card, put a +1/+1 counter on Ninkinzil, Current Conductor. Oh. Okay. So if you look at the top card of your, if you explore and you find a land, you put that land into your hand, and then Ninkinzil just lets you put that land straight down. And then whenever another creature explores and finds a non-land, they get a +1/+1 counter, and Ninkinzil gets a +1/+1 counter. Hell yeah. That's great. This is an explore payoff. Be very happy playing this. B. B for Ninkinzil. Nyquil, or whatever his name is. Alright, just a couple more gold cards and then we'll move on. Deep Fathom Echo, 2 green-blue for a rare Merfolk Spirit. It's a 4/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Deep Fathom Echo explores. Then you may have it become a copy of another creature you control until end of turn. So it's a 4 mana 4/4 that explores and either gets you a card off the top of your library or becomes a 5/5. And then for some reason you can also have it attack as one of your other creatures in case it has like an attack effect or flying or something. I don't know what. Excellent. It's like floor is a 4 mana 4/4 that gets you a card. That's like the bottom of it. Yeah, it doesn't need the copy effect, but again, if you've got creatures out there with attack triggers or any kind of evasion, that does make it better. Yeah, not just another good one. B+. And finally, last gold card. Gishath, Sun's Avatar. 5 red, green, white for a legendary dinosaur avatar, mythic, 7/6 with vigilance, trample, and haste. And whenever Gishath deals combat damage to a player, reveal that many cards from the top of your library. Put any number of dinosaur creature cards from among them onto the battlefield and the rest of them on your library in a random order. He's back! And he says, nom nom nom. The little dino dances in chat? Hell yeah. Now I'll play more Koff, thanks to the resub. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a commander card for sure. In limited. 8 mana's a lot. Like a lot. Especially in red, green, white. If it hits the battlefield, that's a beater. Like a 7/6 haste on its own. And if you happen to have other dinosaurs in your deck and you just get free dinosaurs down, that's excellent. But man, that mana cost is a lot. Gishath's a reprint? Yeah. It's a build around challenge. Yeah, this is like more like I've been playing the set for a while. I want to have some fun. Let me see if I can make this work. Pack one, pick one Gishath, and just draft every dinosaur and fixing ramp. Yeah, that's called forcing it. Yeah, that's just expensive. I mean, like, if you get to hit the battlefield and you have dinosaurs in your deck, this is going to show up and be an easy, like, A+. But because of the mana cost, it's going to be tougher to cast. I think that brings it down to an A-. Just because it's expensive, requires 3 colors. And if you don't have other dinosaurs in your deck, you're paying a lot for a 7/6 beater. It's a big beater, but really, you feel the best when you get those other dinosaurs out. So, A- for Gishath, Sun's Avatar. And so, looking at these, blue-green looks good to me. The green-black looks awesome. Green-black has the strongest signpost uncommon by far. But now we get to go all the way back up and start going through colors. How y'all feeling so far? I might need to, I got my tea ready. Trying to keep my throat nice and moist. I may need to make some more at some point. One sec, chat. All right. Excuse me. We'll start with white. Acrobatic Leap, white, instant, common. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying until end of turn. Untap it. Yeah, alright. These 1-mana tricks always play better than you rate them. Are you wrong? I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I think a lot of people can undervalue them. Like, 1 mana for +1/+3 is really good because this works in so many ways. This helps you win a lot of combat. It helps you defensively. You can also use it to protect your creature against damage-based spells. Usually, like, 1-mana tricks used to be kind of like D-level cards. Being able to untap it allows you kind of like trick your opponent into attacking something that will get them killed. That said, like, there's definitely going to be more impactful things you can have, but if your deck lacks interactions, cards like these end up being okay. They used to be like very sideboard cards, and not so much these days, so this looks like a C-. I would not be upset playing one of these if I need to. Next is Deconstruction Hammer. It's an equipment for white. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has 3 tap, sacrifice the deconstruction hammer to destroy target artifact or enchantment. Equip 1. Jesus Christ. Short sword, eat your heart out? What was the other? There was another white equipment. There was a white equipment for 1. It's like the Capenna crowbar. Was that what it was? Was it the crowbar? Yeah. So this is one of those easy ways for that that green-white guy of making your creatures have power higher than its base 1. Like a cheap equipment for +1/+1, easy equip. This would probably end up being all right. Yeah, the crowbar did come in with a 1/1, which is a little different. Probably like a C for deconstruction hammer. But yeah, short sword, but sometimes you can sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. If that's ever relevant, no idea. All right. Next is the Dusk Rose Reliquary, white for an uncommon artifact that says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature, and this artifact has Ward 2. And when Dusk Rose Reliquary enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until Dusk Rose Reliquary leaves the battlefield. I like that it has Ward 2 to help protect it from disenchantment effects, but you do need to sacrifice your... It's like a... Not like a... Kind of like a white bone splinters kind of thing, because you got to sack one of your things to exile one of their things. But it's an artifact that sticks around with Ward 2. Is it premium white removal? You're not going to be unhappy playing it, but the sacrifice part is a real thing. And if there are enough destroy artifact effects, they could come back later, and that could be a problem. But don't think you would be unhappy doing it. So B- for Dusk Rose. Decent removal, but there is a cost. Helping Hand. White, sorcery. Uncommon. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. This looks like a D. The fact that it comes back to the battlefield tapped and it doesn't give you like any kind of other like real additional benefit for playing a card like this. Yeah, I'm not into it. I think it's like a D for Helping Hand. Especially at sorcery speed. Like if it's instant speed and you can at least do it at your opponent's end step, I would understand. But no. D for Helping Hand. Market. Oh, you know what I was going to do? It's like a bad flicker. It's not even a flicker because it has to be a creature in your graveyard. I was going to do a thing where I was going to compare what my grades are compared to people who are better at this than me. Like, I'm giving Helping Hand a D. What does Reed Duke think? Because I think it's important to be able to grade a card and then see what other people who are really good at it also grade it, and you can kind of compare in your thoughts. Because then if you like completely miss something, maybe you can learn from it. Reed Duke gives it a 1 out of 5. So a D. Alright, cool. Next, Market Gnome. Oh, a gnome. White. Artifact creature gnome. It's an uncommon 0/3. When it dies, you gain a life and draw a card. Okay. When Market Gnome is exiled from the battlefield while you're activating a craft ability, you gain a life and draw a card. That's awesome. So it's a defensive 1 mana 0/3, a sacrifice outlet that gains you life and draws you a card. Then we've seen gain life be very relevant for white-black and needing things to sacrifice. And then if you use it for crafting, you also get to gain a life and draw a card off of it. That's good. I like that it's very defensive. And this is a role player. Like, this is one of those cards, like, you need this. I like that it's a cheap thing with like some decent toughness to help protect you until you do the thing for it. Yeah, this is a role player to help support whether it's white-black or white-blue or anything with crafting. So you got to keep in mind that's the kind of deck that wants it. Like, you're not gonna throw this in your red-white aggressive deck or whatever, or even like your white-green deck. I don't think that wants it either. It looks like a C-, but it's probably going to be really important for some decks. Reed Duke, your thoughts? 2.5 out of 5. All right, yeah. Perfect. About the same there. All right, next. The Miner's Guidewing. White for a common bird. It's a 1/1 flying vigilance. And it has, when the Miner's Guidewing dies, target creature you control explores. Oh, fun. White explore. Oh, man. So, okay, so if this ends up being anything like Kaldheim, turns out a 1-mana 1/1 flyer with vigilance does a lot. Because you can get this guy down, and then also get the hammer and equip it up, and suddenly you got 2/2 flying vigilance, and when it dies, you get to explore one of their creatures, which gets you land off the top into in your hand, or a +1/+1 counter and like some card selection. That all adds up quite a bit, especially with the equipment. And then if you're playing in the white-green, this is a very cheap, easy way to get payoff for that green-white guy that lets you draw cards from your buffed up creatures. On its own, it's like a C- card. But I think with all the possibilities, it goes up to like a C. Probably more C-. Yeah, this is going to be a good aggressive card, but not every deck's going to want it. All right, I'll say C-. Reed Duke. 1.5 out of 5. Okay, yeah, that's about D+ C- level. Excuse me. Next is the Otaclan Landmark. It's a common artifact for white. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2. So it's a white mana scry 2, but you get an artifact. But it also has craft for 2 and a white. And if you craft it, it becomes the Otaclan Levitator. It's a 1/4 flyer. And then whenever Levitator attacks, target attacking creature without flying gains flying until end of turn. Okay. So you can like transform it up into a like a Pegasus style effect. And it has to be crafted with another artifact. I mean, you could craft this with your gnome. You draw a card, and you get a 1/4 flyer. That's a weird one. Hmm. End of the day, you're basically having to spend 4 mana for a 1/4 flyer. Plus, you need another artifact to even do that. 4 mana for the 1/4 flyer with that flying help, whatever, isn't an awesome rate. It's like overcosted. But on its own, it's like a 1 mana scry 2. I feel like it's asking a lot. I'm feeling like D+. Yeah, it could be like another role filler if you just need a lot of artifacts in your deck. But it is asking a lot just to get an okay flyer. Like, even if this was like a 2/4, if this is a 2/4, I'd be a little more excited. But 1/4 is not quite enough. Or if it had like Vigilance or something. Yeah, I'm D+. Reed Duke? 1.5. Yeah. Yeah. Is the Scry 2 for 1 good? I mean, that is a cheap way to get 2 mana, but I would not include this card just because I want to Scry 2 for 1 mana. Like, this needs to have a purpose in your deck. Like, if you want to use this to craft with other stuff, or need artifact triggers or something. Yeah. This feels like pretty low filler. All right. Next is the Ruin Lurker Bat. White for a 1/1 uncommon flying lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, scry 1. Wow, there's a lot of 1 mana creatures in here. Well, the 1 mana flying lifelink, that's certainly better than the 1/1 flying vigilance. And if you're playing like the white-black thing that needs the life gain, this is a very cheap way to get that. And if your other creatures die, you get the scry off of it. Yeah, that's not bad. Probably like a C for Ruin Lurker Bat. Reed Duke says a 3. About that, yeah. Maybe a little bit higher than me. Yeah, it fits well into Descend or Life Gain archetypes. You don't even necessarily need to Descend. Like, just having your stuff die and getting a scry off of them is awesome. Next is Warden of the Inner Sky, another creature for white. Human Soldier, rare. It's a 1/2. As long as Warden of the Inner Sky has 3 or more counters on it, it has Flying and Vigilance. Tap 3 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control, put a +1/+1 counter on them, scry 1, activate only as a sorcery. You need to activate it 3 times to make it into a Flying Vigilance. Yeah, the set symbol is like kind of hard to tell what's actually common and uncommon. For sure. And sorcery speed. This doesn't seem awesome. A finality counter does count. It would. You're not wrong. I would not be happy tapping other creatures just to give this the +1/+1 and a scry, though. Especially at sorcery speed. Think how often you have a random map token or something? Well, that's the thing. I have no idea. I have no idea like how many like random map tokens or other random artifacts you're going to have. I feel like that's like the dream scenario, and I don't think it's going to play out that often. It looks like a C- to me. This might end up being one of those ones I'm super wrong on, because I have no idea how what your artifacts showing up are going to be like. My initial look at it is I'm down on it. It's another one of those, like, I need to see how this plays. That one's tough. Reed Duke agrees with you. He's higher. He gave it a 3.5 out of 5. I'm less convinced. Luckily, she can always tap herself. Yeah. And then, like, if you manage to get to be a 3/4 flying, or sorry, 4/5 flying vigilance with all the +1/+1 counters, you can then like activate her again after combat. Yeah, this is what I'll need to see. All right. Next is the Attentive Sun Scribe. 1 and a white for an artifact gnome. A common. It's a 2/2. Whenever the Attentive Sun Scribe becomes tapped, scry 1. Neat. Cool. All right. Yep. That is a 2/2 for 2. That when it attacks, gets you a scry. That's great. Cool. Wow, it actually looks like there's a lot of artifacts here. All right. C for Attentive Sunscribe. Well, maybe not that high. It's probably more like C-. It is a 2/2 for 2 with a little bit of upside. Yeah, solid. Clay-Fired Bricks, another artifact. 1 and a white. Uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic plains and put it into your hand. Shuffle. Gain 2 life. Craft with artifact for 5 white. Oh boy. What do you become? Cosmium Kiln. It's an artifact with, when it enters the battlefield, you create 2 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature tokens with, and it has a anthem effect. Creatures you control get +1/+1. 7 mana to activate, though. The double white isn't as bad because this is 1 and a white. You play this, you get to find a plains, and it basically kind of guarantees that you're going to have your 2 white sources to activate it. But 7 mana to exile another artifact from probably your graveyard to basically get 2 2/2s while buffing the rest of your team. This is one of those cards where it's like, how fast is the set going to be? Which no one really knows right now, because if it ends up being a very fast set, this card's worthless. If it ends up being on the slower side, then it's not too bad. And I don't know. It reads like a... It reads like a D+. You don't hate it? Man, I don't like it. Would I be happy paying 9 mana for a plains, 2 life, and 2 2/2s? Not particularly. And then... yeah, D+. Alright. Reduke 1.5. Yeah, I think this one of the big things you can take away from this card is that it is a cheap way to gain life and have an artifact in play for your decks that care about that. You can look at it that way. All right. Cosmium Blast. 1 and a white, instant common. Cosmium Blast deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Gideon's Reproach, is that you? It is. Hi, it's me. It's Gideon's Reproach. See? Yeah, just to see. Rip Gideon. Bring him back. C for Cosmium Blast. I don't have much more to add. Dauntless Dismantler. 1 and a white, uncommon human artificer with a 1 and a 4. It's a 1/4. Artifacts your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. And then you can pay X and X white, sacrifice the Dauntless Dismantler, destroy each target artifact with mana value X. Oh. Not equal to or less than, has to be exact. What? It's relevant. Seems like a sideboard card. Is that weird? Like if your opponent's playing a lot of artifacts or has a lot of artifact creatures, you can kind of be annoying with this, or even have like the destroy threat of activation, but otherwise doesn't seem great. It's like a sideboard D? That's a weird one. Reed Duke's a bit higher. He gets 2.5 out of 5. I mean, he does make a good point. It is a decent defensive card. And I think that's probably like the most important part, is that it's got a thick butt for only 2 mana. But it doesn't seem impactful enough for me. Well, Fabrication Foundry, 1 and a white for a rare artifact. With tap, add white, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability in an artifact source. And it also has 2 and a white tap, exile 1 or more other artifacts you control with total mana value X. Return target artifact card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh, weird. It's a 2 mana white mana rock, but only for artifacts. And then you can exile 1 or more other artifacts to get a big artifact. No, this is a constructed card, right? This does not look very good to me. I feel like it's an F. Because this is just like a constructed card. Yeah. Reed Duke, 0 out of 5. Where do I get the Reed set reviews? Channelfireball.com. Yeah, F, Fabrication Foundry. Nope. Next up, Family Reunion. 1 and a white for a common instant. Choose one. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, there's that team buff that you can do for like green-white and pretty cheap. And it's your whole team. Or creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn. That's actually really good. For a 2 mana combat trick, again, just messing up your opponent's combat math that much does a lot. It's great offensively because you can push damage through and win combats. It's great defensively because then you can block really well and make all your things super better. And it's great defensively because you can give yourself all your guys hexproof to protect your important creatures from your opponent's stuff. This actually looks really good. I mean, like, not like amazing, but like, I could see myself playing it, especially in like those green-white decks. It's probably still only like a C- for that, but I don't hate it. Reed says 1 out of 5. Which I disagree a little bit left. I mean, I guess I really am only going to play this in like my green-white decks that care about having bigger things. But you could. Next. Get Lost. 1 and a white for a rare instant. Destroy target creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Its controller creates 2 map tokens? Is this better than Fateful Absence? Get Lost? Bye. Get Lost looks amazing. B+. Seems better constructed. 2 maps might be too much and limited. I don't think it's gonna be too much and limited. This is a 2 mana kill something card in white. That's fantastic. B+.
Sweet.
It doesn't hit the A level because, you know, it's like not like a game-winning bomb. Hits enchantments too. Does hits enchantments as well. Fateful Absence does not. B+ for Get Lost. Kind of wild. It's just it's just one of those cards where like you need to be very mindful of where you cast it and not just blast this out on turn 2 because your opponent played a 2/2 for 2. 2 maps doesn't do as much as a clue. Yeah, I agree. Great. Guardian of the Great Door. White for white for an uncommon 4/4 flyer, but as an additional cost to cast this spell, tap 4 untapped artifact creatures and or lands you control. Okay, I get it. So it's not a 4/4 flyer 2-drop, but that is still a pretty cheap way of getting things out. For other things, yeah, it's basically a convoke plus improvise 6 mana 4/4. Discard Helping Hand Profit. Yeah, that'd be the most ideal way. It still enters the battlefield tapped. I don't love it. That was a roller coaster of a card, right? So looking in an ideal world, really how fast can you get this out? It actually, the more I'm looking at it, the more it does feel more still overcosted. I'm not like loving it. Because its full cost at 6 is a lot. And if you have any other creatures, well, I guess if you're making artifacts. Okay, so yeah, this is one of the situations where I don't know what the landscape of the format's going to be like. Even if you have 2, if you hit every single land drop up to 4 and you played creatures leading up to that, you could get this down in like turn 4. And you're basically tapping out your board to get a 4/4 flyer. I think this is going to be overcosted. Unless there's a way of generating a lot of like extra artifact tokens or something that I'm not seeing. Yeah, 4/4 flyers are never bad in limited. Five mana 4/4 flyer is playable. Playable, but not awesome. 4 mana 4/4 flyer, fantastic. It feels overcosted to me. I'll probably still play one, though. I'm leading C. It feels overcosted. That's an interesting one. I feel like I need the context of every other card to really know. All right, next is Iron Paw Aspirant. 1 and a white for a Cat Warrior common. It's a 1/2. And when it enters the battlefield, put +1/+1 counter on target creature. Cool. All right, so that's a very easy way to enable that green-white card that cares about having higher base power. Because at bare minimum, you got 2 mana 2/3. That's great. Otherwise, you can beef up some of the other things. Yeah, super good. C+ for Iron Paw Aspirant. Next is Kellen's here too? What, with a sorcery or an adventure? What are you doing? Kellen, Daring Traveler, 1 white for a legendary human fairy scout at rare. The 2/3. Whenever Kellen attacks, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card with mana value 3 or less, put it into your hand. Otherwise, you may put it into your graveyard. Okay. But it also has the adventure for green. Journey on. Create X map tokens, where X is 1, plus the number of opponents who control an artifact. Oh. So for green, you make a map token, but sometimes you get 2 map tokens. How's Kellen even on Ixalan? You know, Omen Paths or fucking whatever. It's another 2-mana 2/3. And then when he attacks, you've got a chance of you either get to draw a card or surveil something into the graveyard. I don't hate that. It's not awesome, but he's solid. B. It's weird that there's just a random adventure in this set. Next is Petrify. 1 and a white for a common aura, enchant, artifact, or creature. Change a permanent, can't attack, block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Good old pacifism effect. This one also hits artifacts and can prevent crafting. That's the big thing. Yep. It's a pacifism. B. Spring-loaded saw blades. 1 and a white for an uncommon artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 5 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls. And it also has craft with artifact, 3 and a white. And it transforms into the Blade Wheel Chariot. Oh, it's a vehicle. Whoops, did not mean to click that. It's a vehicle. It's a 5/5 vehicle. You can, with crew 1, that's excellent. It also has tap 2 other untapped artifacts you control. Blade Wheel Chariot becomes an artifact creatures until end of turn. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. So you can either crew it for 1 with your with any of your creatures, or if you have no creatures, you can also just tap some random ass artifacts to make it into a creature. And what's great about this is actually a really good defensive card, because if you got like a small chump blocker that doesn't look awesome, and your opponent swings in, you can flash this in, deal something 5. Your chump blocker can then immediately... Oh, no, you have to craft with it first. Never mind. Forget everything I just said. Yeah, this is like a defensive removal spell that you can make into a very real threat later. I like this guy. B-. That's cool. I like that design a lot. The difference between like this and Reproach, 4 damage and 5 damage, is quite a bit. Now you do have to keep in mind that it has to be a tapped creature. So it does mean your opponent needs to be attacking you, or they're tapping them for some other effect, like casting cost or whatever. But seems great. Yeah. Alright. Next, Thousand Moons Crackshot. The hilarious name. 1 and a white for a common 2/2. Whenever the Thousand Moons Crackshot attacks, you may pay 2 and a white. When you do, tap target creature. Yep. Fine. Another 2/2 for 2 with an upside that helps you get your creatures in when you attack. 2. C for that. Vanguard of the Rose. 1 and a white for a Vampire Knight. Uncommon. It's a 3/1. You can pay 1, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Vanguard of the Rose gains indestructible end of turn. Tap it. Oh, hell yeah. This is like a... It's like a Danto Vanguard, only you get yourself a sacrifice outlet. So you attack with this, and then you can activate it to give them indestructible after it's attacking, because then you don't care about the tap it clause. Or if you block with it first, then you can sacrifice something, you got yourself an indestructible attacker. A Danto Vanguard, I mean, Vanguard's a little bit different because you're taking cards out of your hand, but similar thing. This gives you somewhere to like start putting out your artifacts. Sacrificing other creatures is going to be a lot, but if it's going to die anyway, that's something. I like them. C. A Danto Vanguard is better, for sure. But this one's fine. C. Bat Colony. 2 and a white for a... I want to say uncommon enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying for each mana from a cave spent to cast it. Whenever a cave enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay. So I know, so each color has a cave card that like it like enters the battlefield tapped, and then you can like sacrifice the cave to descend or something like that. I forget exactly what each cave does. Is there a cave deck? is there a world where you just drag, like, kind of like the guild gates? There's also multiple colorless caves. Okay. Is there a cave deck? Is that a thing? This doesn't read as very good. Unless there's a cave deck. When a cave enters the battlefield, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. I wish it also came with a bat. So at most, you can only get 3 bats out of Bat Colony in an ideal world where you only use caves to cast it. And then any additional caves allows you to just put a single +1/+1 counter on target creature control. It's probably not enough. This might be like a fun little build around. If a caves deck exists, if it exists, this is like a C. Otherwise, it's basically a like D-. An achievement deck? Could be. If it gave counters to all creatures, it'd be better. Then it'd be busted. I'm curious about that one. We'll have to see like what caves show up. Envoy of Okanek Ahau, 2 and a white for a common 3/3, 3/3 for 3. And then you can pay 5, create a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature token. Dude, a 3-mana 3/3 that allows you to start pumping out tokens later? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, C+. That actually might be one of the better 3/3 for 3s we've seen in a while. Aside from, like, you know, freaking Jewel Thief or whatever. This is great. Yeah. Happy with that. Gives you a late game mana thing. Start pumping things out too. See? Glorifier of Suffering. 2 and a white for a common vampire soldier with 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So this is another way to sacrifice stuff for white-black, and a way to get +1/+1 counters for white-green. And if you sacrifice another creature or artifact, you can target himself, making him a 3-mana 4/3. And something else slightly bigger. Oh, man, again, it's like, how many artifacts or even like tokens are you really going to have? I don't know. And then, like, worst case scenario, that's a 3/2 for 3. So probably C for Glorifier of Suffering. Kinjali's Dawn Runner, 2 and a white for a 1/1 uncommon double striker. Oh, but when it enters the battlefield, it explores. Okay. So you want to be able to explore this and get a non-land, so this becomes a 2/2 double striker. Obligatory double striker of the set. Always in white. This will probably be good. C+. The double striker that gets better with combat tricks, equipment, or any other +1/+1 counters, which we've seen a lot of other white cards provide. But it also can get you a card. Yeah, C+. Kutzel's Flanker, 2 and a white. Ooh, 2 and a white for a rare creature. It's a 3/1 with Flash. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Put a +1/+1 counter on Kutzel's Flanker for each creature that left the battlefield under your control this turn. Or you gain 2 life and scry 2, or exile target player's graveyard. That's tight. With Flash? B? Flanker says, eat my ass, descend decks. Yeah, I think the exiling a target player's graveyard is huge. If you're facing like green black or blue black and they're trying to get like permanents in their graveyard and you just exile it, that hurts. But then you also got a flasher that comes in that can come in bigger if you attacked and a bunch of your stuff dies. Or if your opponent just does nothing and plays around it, you flash it in, gain some life, and then scry 2. I like this a lot. B. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if the thing you end up doing most of the time is the scry 2. Next is Might of the Ancestors. 2 and a white for an uncommon enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains Vigilance until end of turn. I get it. That's like a way of enabling your green-white Buffy boys. What? Buff boys? Is that what we're calling the deck? Buff boys deck? It's not awesome, but it can help fill that role should you need it. Don't love it, though. It's probably like a D+. If it came with like a token or something, I'd be all about it. But I'm not really feeling it. D+. Next is Mischievous Pup. Who's this good boy? 2 and a white for a 3/1 uncommon with flash, another flash. And when it enters the battlefield, return up to one other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. That's hilarious. That's a good boy. Bork Bork. I like him. See. He fetched for you. Aww. He just shows up, just... I brought you this. See? I like that you can use it to bounce one of your other creatures to protect it from some spot removal or something similar. You can flash it in to get yourself an extra defender out of nowhere, or at your opponent's end step, and you suddenly got another good boy ready to attack. Yeah, there's lots to like there. See? Great flavor text. Either he made a gnome very angry when he took that, or he'll make one very happy when he brings it back. Bork Bork. I like this like fisheye lens effect he's got going on too. Yeah, you can reset the buzzsaw trap, exactly. Resplendent Angel's back! 1 white for a mythic 3/3 flyer. In the beginning of each end step, if you gain 5 or more life, you make a 4/4 white angel creature token with vigilance and flying. And you can spend 3 white until end of turn. Resplendent Angel gets +2/+2 and gains a lifelink. Hey. 3/3 flyer for 3? Your opponent's going to want to deal with that, and if it gets super late and you're able to start activating it, it's going to get out of hand really fast. That's just a good reprint of a good card. Hey. Sanguine Evangelist, 2 and a white for a rare vampire cleric. It's a 2/1 with Battlecry? Battlecry is whenever this creature attacks, all other attacking creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. And when Sanguine Evangelist enters the battlefield or dies, you get a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. Yo! So 2 and a white, you get a 2/1 with a 1/1 flyer. And then when it dies, you get another 1/1 flyer. And it battlecries your bats to be bigger. Hell yeah. That's a really good aggressive card. B+. Or even if it's... I say aggressive, but it's also good defensively because you get 2 bodies for 3 mana. And then when it dies, you still get another body you can chump with. No, I'm going up. A-. A- on Sanguine Evangelist. That's super good. And the battle cry is just awesome. Allows you to really beat down. Yeah, I like that a lot. Excuse me. Next is Thousand Moons Infantry. 2 and a white for a common human soldier. It's a 2/4. Untap Thousand Moons Infantry during each other player's untap step. Okay. It's basically a 3-mana 2/4 vigilance. I guess, but I don't know. I don't know the relevance of it untapping during your opponent's turn. I guess that gives you the vigilance part. I don't see much of a use for it. Untap it during each other player's untap step. I guess it's a little bit better than vigilance in case you use it to like crew, or if you're tapping it to pay the like convo costs or whatever. Yeah, it's still not very exciting. It's like a C-. It's pretty defensive though. It's just kind of a weird one. C-. Tinker's Tote, 2 and a white for a common artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you create 2 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature tokens, and you can pay white, sacrifice Tinker Totes, you gain 3 life. That's a lot of sacrifice fodder for white-black. This is the kind of card you would be looking for in that deck. Yeah. It's not like a super awesome card that you'll want to like slam dunk into anything, because you're basically 3 mana for 2 1/1s plus a 4th mana to gain 3 life isn't awesome, but that's a lot of good sacrifice fodder. This is like a C- that you'll want to really put in those stack decks. All right, Abuelo's Awakening. X, 3 and a white for a rare sorcery. Return target artifact or non-aura enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with X additional +1/+1 counters on it. It's a 1/1 spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types. So the 4 mana revive effect, and then you can pay extra X to also make it a little bit bigger. And if it's an enchantment, it just is also a creature. This seems really overcosted. It looks like a D. Too expensive and restricted. Yeah, I agree. The fact that it can only hit artifacts and enchantments. You can't even like grab whatever random creature out of it. That kind of hurts it. And now that I say that out loud, yeah, this is a D. No. I don't think you should play this one. Adaptive Gem Guard, 3 and a white for a common artifact creature gnome. It's a 3/3. Tap 2 untapped artifact creatures. Tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. Give it a +1/+1 counter. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a hill giant. Won't get bigger. This seems like another solid one, to be honest. And I like that you don't have to... You can tap himself to get the +1/+1 counter, which is huge. Hill Gianter. C for Adaptive Gem Guard. Oh my god, we're still in white. Am I going through this super slow? Do I suck? Alright. Ultic Cloud Guard. 3 and a white for a common 3/2 flyer. Sure. And when it enters the battlefield, you also get a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature token. Ding. This is what Snapping Drake power creep looks like. That's good. C. 4 mana 3/2 flyer has been the rate for a few years ago, but you just get an extra body out of it. That seems fine. C. Thousand Moons Smithy, 2 white for a legendary artifact. I'm gonna have to read this one. Okay. When it enters the battlefield, you create a white gnome soldier artifact creature token with this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of artifacts and or creatures you control. Okay, so it comes with a construct. And at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may tap 5 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. If you do, transform Thousand Moons Smithy. Okay, so it has to be during your pre-combat main phase to create Barracks of the Thousand, a legendary artifact land with tap, add white. Whenever you cast an artifact or creature spell using mana produced by Barracks of the Thousand, create a white gnome soldier artifact creature token with this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of artifacts and creatures you control. Okay. So you get a 4 mana legendary artifact that comes with a construct. Tap 5 things, and you got a land that helps you create more constructs. Which does add up. You've been gnomed! Yeah, so this makes it so that any other creature that you cast, you're also getting. And this is an artifact land, right? Okay, yeah, so this is an artifact land too. So at bare minimum, any other creature or artifact spell you're casting, you're getting at least a 1/1 on top of it. The land doesn't untap when it transforms. But it's only if you tap the Thousand Moon Smithy to transform Thousand Moon Smithy. I think this is an A. Yeah, like we've seen, there's been a lot of artifacts showing up in white, so I don't think it's going to be too difficult to pay 4 mana to at least have like a 2/2 or a 3/3 come out. Being able to transform it and making all of your other creature spells or artifact spells just come with an extra body is pretty huge. Yeah, this is an A. I like this one. Can I force this into Pioneer? Maybe? Next is Malamute Warscribe, 3 white for an uncommon 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Sure. It's a guy. C- is my first thought. Read Duke. Gotta find it. $3.5. Oh, he's actually way higher on it than I am. Okay, that's interesting. Good top end when you're making a beatdown deck. Nastier if you have evasion or token generation. I said C-. He's closer to like C+ B- than me. I'll stick with C-, but he's probably onto something, especially if you're looking to beat ass. You think these underperform? That's kind of my thought too. It could be a finisher. Yeah, and that's kind of Reed Duke's thing here. Like, as like a 5 mana top end, like a lot really lets your beatdown decks get in there. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where this is one of those cards where you don't want to throw this in just any old white deck. Like, just because you're playing white doesn't mean you want this card and you put it in there. Like, this is really good for your white-red beatdown decks, your white-green beatdown decks. Etc. Yeah, alright. Next up is Oltec Archaeologists. 4 and a white for a common 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, choose one. Return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand, or scry 3. I don't hit either one of those. It's kind of like filler upside. It looks like a C. 5 mana 4/4 isn't awesome, but, you know, Scry 3 is a lot. And I guess if you have a really important artifact that you need back, you can. C minus. C minus. That's fine. This, you have better options for top end, but this is okay. Zephin, also DM Lake, thank you for the resubs. Unstable Glyph Bridge, 3 white for a rare artifact. Oh, words. Alright, so when Unstable Glyph Bridge enters the battlefield, if you cast it, for each player, choose a creature with power 2 or less that player controls, then destroy all creatures except creatures chosen this way. Fucking... There's got to be a better way to word that. So, it's a pseudo board wipe unless any player has a creature with power 2 or less. Okay. It has craft with artifact, 3 white. So you can pump another 5 mana into it, which wouldn't be too hard, especially if you've just blown everything up, to become the Sand Swirl Wanderglyph. It's a 5/3 flyer. Whenever an opponent casts a spell during their turn, they can't attack you or planeswalkers you control this turn. Okay. Each opponent who attacked you or a planeswalker you control this turn can't cast spells. Oh my god. Okay. So basically the turns are either cast something or attack. They're not allowed to do both. That's kind of hilarious. So you have like a pseudo board wipe attached with making all of your opponent's turns super awkward. It's weird. The thing is, like, you know, I don't think it's like a auto win bomb, but I sure am curious. It does say each player, so like you are going to blow your own stuff up, so if you got anything out, you're going to lose those too, so there is a chance and opportunity for you to also be losing cards out on this exchange. And I get it, you do that, you take out most of the things, and then on your next turn you spend another 5 mana to make this into the 5/3. I get it. B? I'll say B. That'll be an interesting one to see play out. Alright, next we have our first god, Odurtak Deepest Foundation. 4 white for a legendary creature god. It's a 6/6 mythic with vigilance. Okay. If one or more creature tokens would be created under your control 3 times, that many of those tokens are created instead. Oh no. When Odurtak dies, it transforms into the Temple of Civilization. It's a land. Tap, add white, and you can spend 2 and a white and then tap it to transform it back into Odurtak, but only if you've attacked with 3 or more creatures this turn and only as a sorcery. That's kind of cool. So they get like an altar that you can like pray at to return the god. That's kind of cool. This looks like one of those cards that all of your commander players out there are probably already like cooming your pants over. Right? Make triple your tokens. You people love that shit. And I know you do. Oh, you know it. Yeah. It looks like an A- to me. It's a 6 mana 6/6 that has ways of coming back. Yeah, I'm gonna go with A-. I bet you're cooming your pants. Bitch, I might be. A minus. Quicksand Whirlpool, 5 and a white for a common instant. This spell targets 3 less if it's to cast if it targets a tapped creature, exile target creature. Okay. They've had this kind of spell before. That's fun. This is like a C+ removal spell. 3 mana to exile something is pretty good. 6 mana to exile something is not good, but you can, and it works. C+. Soaring Sandwing. 4 white for a 3/5 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. It has plane cycling? Oh, tell me every color has a land cycler. I assume that's the case, right? They wouldn't just do that for 1? They do? Oh, hell yeah. Dude, these cards are great. I'd be happy like running one of these in almost any white deck. And yeah, a common? That's great. It's not like, this isn't like one of the best ones ever. It's a 6 mana 3/5 flyer. It does get you a little bit of life. That's good stabilization. But if it didn't, just on its own, that's like a D+. Plane cycling though, if you get this early and you need to cycle it away, no problem. C. C for Soaring Sandwing. That has finally finished up white. Next up is blue. I'm going to make a note here to actually remind myself to put timestamps for the YouTube munchers, so that they know where each color is. All right. Let me spend a moment. I need to get some more tea, chat. If y'all don't mind just holding on for a second. I'm going to grab some more tea for my throat. All right, let's do blue. First one, Cogwork Wrestler, blue. For a common artifact creature, it's a gnome. It's a 1/2 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Huh. Wasn't there a card just like this in Phyrexia All Will Be One? I don't think it was 1 mana, but it was like close to it. What the heck was it? Yeah, that's just kind of an okay filler. He is a wrestler. He comes in with the chair! By God! It's like a D, I think. But the fact that it is an artifact and a gnome, I assume, might be important for some decks. Next, Orazka Puzzle Door, blue for another common artifact. You can pay 1, tap it, sacrifice it. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of those cards into your hand and the other one into your graveyard. This is just sleight of hand with extra steps. But it is a 1 mana artifact. So if you just need like some artifact filler, summon your deck. There you go. Yeah, looks like another D to me. Next, Relic's Roar, blue, common instant. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes a dinosaur artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/3 in addition to its other types. Dino DNA? You know, Relics, yeah, that big statue looks like it's just a step away from pogging out. This looks not good. 3 toughness is not a lot. And it doesn't, like, give it hexproof. It doesn't draw you another card. Doesn't do anything like that. Like D- for Relic's Roar. Not a fan. Well, I guess the one upside is that you can target any one of your artifacts and make it a 4/3 rather than trying to pump one of your creatures up. That still doesn't seem very exciting to me. Yeah. Blew off to a real good start. Next. Spyglass Siren. Blue. For an uncommon Siren Pirate, it's a 1/1 flyer, and it enters the battlefield. Create a map token. And map tokens are artifacts with 1, tap it, sacrifice it. Target creature you control explores, activate only as a sorcery. Now this is good. This is way better. This is a B. 1 mana 1/1 that comes in with some card advantage, but can also like pump up one of your other creatures or bare minimum itself. 1/1 flying for 1 is already good. I wouldn't say already good. Because like we had a 1/1 flyer for 1 in Throne of Eldraine just now, and that card with upside, and that card ended up being all kinds of not good. But this guy being able to make it into, or make itself into a 2/2 flyer for 1, now that's good. That's way better. B. Next, the Enigma Jewel. Blue for a mythic legendary artifact. It enters the battlefield tapped. Tap, add colorless, colorless. Spend this mana only to activate abilities. Craft with 4 or more non-lands with activated abilities. 8 blue. Jesus Christ. Okay, so you like tap this first. So you get 2 mana, and then it only costs 7 on top of that. What could this possibly become? Locus of Enlightenment, a legendary artifact. It has each activated ability of the exiled cards used to craft it. You may activate each of those abilities only once each turn. Whenever you activate an ability that isn't a mana ability, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Jesus Christ, this is an F. I just read a lot of words to find out that I don't want to play this at all. Aside from the fact that the crafting costs 9. Then you can only exile things with activated abilities to begin with. Constructed? Maybe. I would be very curious to see what constructed players to come up with this, because this just looks like nonsense to me. F. Waterlogged Hulk. Blue for an uncommon artifact. It has tap. Middle of card. Craft with Island. Oh, that's kind of fascinating. Craft with Island, 3 blue. To make it become the Watertight Gondola. It is a vehicle that's a 4/4 with Vigilance. Crew only 1. Okay. But it also has Descend 8. The Watertight Gondola can't be blocked as long as there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. Neat. Crew 1 on a 4/4 is really, really good. And I like that it's craft with Island. That's kind of interesting, because then if you like discard or mill an island, like who cares? You can use it for the Waterlogged Hulk. The tap mill a card part is not super helpful. You could force it if you're trying to do like the blue-black descend stuff. I don't think I love it though. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be the best in something like blue-black where you're trying to get Descend going. But there's got to be better options than this. I'm still going to say like a D for Waterlogged Hulk. Not feeling this. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I have much more to say. Brackish Blunder. Wow, this is one of those cards that we're all going to mispronounce. You're going to like be at your FNM and you'll be like, I cast Blackish Brunder. 1 and a blue for a common instant. Return target creature to its owner's hand. If it was tapped, make a map token. Oh! I'm a fan of cards like these. These like little tempo play cards. Normally these are super good if it like replaces itself by drawing a card when you cast it or whatever. But this giving you a map token, that's something. Of course, that does make it a little more narrow because you only get the map token if they're tapped. So, you know, you need to wait for them to convoke or attack already or something, but not the best version of one of these, but I don't hate it. C-. Next. Charter Course is back. Ooh, I really like that art too. That's pretty. Charter Course is 1 in blue for an uncommon sorcery. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card unless you attacked this turn. So if you attacked, 2 mana draw 2, that's fantastic. That's like Pot of Greed levels. See. Fan of that card. Next, Deeproot Pilgrimage. 1 in a blue for a rare enchantment. And enables descent. Yeah, you could also force yourself to discard a card to help enable descent. You're right. Deeproot Pilgrimage. Whenever 1 or more non-token merfolk you control become tapped, create a 1/1 blue merfolk creature token with hexproof. So you can do some like merfolk tribal stuff. And you just keep making more merfolks. It does have to be non-token merfolk. So you can't just like keep attacking with your tokens and let it like spawn infinitely. I assume, they're pretty sure there's a fair amount of merfolk in the format. Between blue and green? Probably. This gets extra funny if you're playing like vehicle cards or stuff with convoke, because then you don't even necessarily have to attack with them. You have other ways of tapping them and making a merfolk. And it's possible to do these at instant speed. This looks cool. It is a build around because you need merfolk. But it is a build around B+. Main creature types are merfolk, vampire, pirate, and dino. That's right. I knew vampire, pirates, and dinosaurs. Forgot about the merfolk. Next, Eaten by Piranhas. 1 in a blue for an uncommon aura with flash, enchant creature. The enchanted creature loses all abilities and it is a black skeleton creature with base power and toughness 1/1. That's hilarious. Eaten by piranhas and then you're just a bastard skeleton afterwards. That's really funny. It's weird that they're alive. But it's not great. Yeah, again, it's one of those blue aura cards. Legitimate business skeleton. This is one of those blue aura cards where it's a little bit better, you know, if you play it post-combat, where even if they just like blocked or chumped with a 1/1, flashing this them afterwards, that does at least like then kill them because they already had a point of damage on them. But this isn't like a premium removal, ha, got you kind of card, because end of the day, you're still leaving them a 1/1 that they can chump with, and that's a cost. It's a little bit better at flash, but it's not like the best removable card in the world. It's still like a C-. Like, there will be times where you need to play one in your deck, but don't look at this card and be like, oh, this is a signal blue is open, because this is blue is removal. What side is this from? I'm using Scryfall. Next, Hermetic Nautilus, 1 in a blue for an artifact creature at uncommon, I think. It's a 1/4 with vigilance. And you can pay 1 in a blue to give it +3, -3 until end of turn. Hey, you know what? Shout out for making this a Nautilus and not a crab. Though I kind of wish it was a crab. Cool. Yeah, it's a decent defensive creature. It's an artifact creature, and that threat of activation is actually not bad if you attack in with it. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it's Ammonite. There you go. Y'all happy? Praise Lord Helix. This is what you wanted to hear? Why an artifact? I don't know. That I don't know. I'm not complaining. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like a C. A little bit higher than that, just because like it allows you to trade up way later on, stay defensive. It also allows you to like kind of swing in and ping in for extra couple points of damage. I got into it. C. Inverted Iceberg. 1 and a blue for a common artifact. When it enters the battlefield, mill a card, draw a card. Okay. And has craft with artifact 4 blue to create the Iceberg Titan. It's a 6/6. Whenever Iceberg Titan attacks, you may tap or untap target artifact or creature. Oh. That side's actually pretty good. A grand total of 8 mana in order to bring that Titan out, though. Pseudo Vigilance or get rid of a blocker. Basically, because you can target himself and untap himself. Well, my first thought was like, this reminds me of the I think it's just called Frost Titan, where it's like when it attacks, you tap one of your opponent's creatures, but then it gets a stun counter on it. This doesn't stun anything, which does make it a little bit less good. Yeah, knowing that, I'm down on this quite a bit. Oops. I guess it's like Frost Titan at home. Yeah, it's Frost Titan at home, but even clunkier. Man, yeah, it looks like another D to me. Unless I'm like not seeing something. I guess it can kind of help get you your descend because you have to mill a card and you get to draw a card, so like it replaces itself right away. The decent 2 mana cantrip. It just doesn't seem that great to me. D. Alright. Lodestone Needle. 1 in blue for an uncommon artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, tap up to 1 target artifact or creature and put 2 stun counters on it. Okay. And has craft with artifact for 2 and a blue. Does it become a Frostlings? No, it becomes the Guidestone Compass, an artifact with 1 tap. Target creature you control explores. Activate only as a sorcery. That's not bad. Recurring Explorer? That's not bad. It's not a very expensive craft cost. And you can bring this down, stun something for 2, tap it and put 2 stun counters on it. With flash, buys you time to get the exploration going. I don't hate this. I'm going to conservatively say C-. But I think there are worlds where this could really pop off. Maybe I'm overvaluing it a little. I'm going to say C- though. Especially in a dream scenario where you can like do this all in one turn, flash it in, craft it, activate it. That's 6 mana, but like you could. But really, you're probably going to cast it during your opponent's turn to get maximum value out of the stun counters. Okay, next. Malcolm, the Alluring Scoundrel. Oh, look at this scoundrel. Why is he sexy? 1 in a blue for a legendary Siren Pirate that's rare. 2/1, flash, flying. And then whenever Malcolm, the Alluring Scoundrel, deals combat damage to a player, put a chorus counter on it. Draw a card, then discard a card. If there are 4 or more chorus counters on Malcolm, you may cast the discarded card without paying its mana cost. This card's dope! It's a 2/1 flash flyer, and whenever it hits a player, you just get to loot. And then eventually you can loot so much that you just get to discard the card and play for free. Nose itches. Yeah. That looks great. B+. Very happy playing one of these in pretty much any blue deck. Good value. Next is the Oaken Siren. One in a blue. There's so many artifact creatures in blue. Artifact creature, Siren Pirate, common, 1/2, flying, vigilance. And also has tap, add blue. Spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source. This one of those cards that doesn't read like it's very great. A 1/2 isn't an awesome blocker, but it does have flying, does have vigilance, so it can chip in for damage every now and then. And the tap to add blue for other artifact spells, which you would think would not be great, but again, I think it was Phyrexia All Will Be One showed us that cards like that can do stuff, especially in a set like this where there's just a ton of artifacts. To me, this is above D level. I would say C- for it. I'm not like crazy stoked for it, but I could see a lot of decks where it ends up being pretty helpful. Yeah, also it works for craft. Yeah, the tapping to add blue. Absolutely. I don't think you want to necessarily throw in a bunch of Oaken Sirens to ramp your craft. But, you know. Next is just a pirate hat. One in a blue for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature attacks. Draw a card, discard a card. Equip pirate for 1 or equip cost 2. Interesting. It's obviously better in cards with pirates in it, because having an equip cost of 1 is pretty good, because that's a short sword plus looting effect, and that's strong. And then if you emergency need to equip it at 2, you could. C in a deck that has like 9 or more pirates in it. Otherwise, it's a D. Yeah, Malcolm would loot twice. Alright, next is the River Herald Scout. Oh, this is just a reprint, isn't it? From OG Ixalan. 1 in blue for a 1/2 scout when it enters the battlefield explores. See? Again, right? That's a reprint. I'm pretty sure I've said this name out loud before. Yeah, 1 in a blue for a 1/2 that gets you a card, or you got a 1 in a blue for a 2/3. You think it was green though? Was it? Wait, so there's a... Wasn't there a white that also basically had these exact same stats? They're like 1 in a white explore. Oh, it's a +1/+1 counter. That's what I'm thinking of. Alright, never mind. Go back. Yeah, see? Happy playing those. The Shipwreck Sentry, 1 in a blue for a human pirate. Common. It's a 3/3 with Defender. But as long as an artifact enters the battlefield under your control this turn, Shipwreck Sentry can attack as though it didn't have Defender. Blue has a lot of artifacts, so I could see a lot of ways of just being able to this attacking as a 3/3. And even then, like, that is an efficient way of getting yourself a beefy blocker for your late game plans. I like it, see? Song of Stupefaction, aka the Black Eyed Peas. 1 in blue for an aura. Common. Enchant creature or vehicle. When it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2 cards. And it has Fathomless Descent. It gets enchanted permanent, gets -X/-0, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Yeah, solid. Again, not like premium removal or anything like that, but getting the extra mill can help you get your descend on, and in the late game, you know, there's a good chance you could be giving whatever your stupefying, like -10, -0, and basically making them worthless. Aside from being like a body on the battlefield that could be hard to get rid of. It's okay. It's still like a C-. Again, not premium removal. Staunch Crewmate, 1 in a blue for an uncommon human pirate. That's a 2/1. And when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact or a pirate and put them into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Tight! A 2-drop in blue that can get you another card. I don't think it'll be too hard to find another artifact or pirate in this set. So this reads is pretty good to me. I'm into him. C+. Grabbing those extra cards. Next is the Subterranean Schooner. 1 in blue for a rare vehicle. It's a 3/4 vehicle, and then whenever it attacks, target creature that crewed it this turn explores. Neat. Its crew is 1. That's good. I'm into that. This looks like a B. That's a cheap crew. Making any of your like small 1-drops or small creatures become 3/4s defensively or offensively, and then like you get to explore, get a card, or make them bigger. Yeah, I like that a lot. B for Subterranean Schooner. This is the best vehicle we've seen yet. Do vehicles have summoning sickness? Yeah, they would. So you would not be able to play this and crew it right away. Because even though it becomes a creature, because it entered the battlefield that turn, it would have summoning sickness. Next is Issaquah. Issaquah. The first among equals. 2 in a blue for legendary human advisor at rare. It's a 1/5. At the beginning of each player's end step, if an artifact enters the battlefield under your control this turn, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Issaquah's got a butt. Any ass lovers in chat? Because homie here, you guys a 1/5. That's a butt. So, not really a build around, but it is one of those things where if you don't have artifacts, this doesn't really do anything for you, but it does let you start. You get some card selection out of it. It's super defensively. It's not going to help you win or anything. It can help your descend because you have to put one of them into the graveyard. I don't hate it. Not an auto win. But that's such a thick butt. That could get you a lot of cards. B- for Issaquah. I think it's a woman. It's referred with a female pronoun in Spanish. Okay, well then she's got an ass. Next is Braided Net. 2 in a blue for a rare artifact. The Braided Net enters the battlefield with 3 net counters on it. Remove a net counter from Braided Net. Tap another target non-land permanent. Its activated abilities can't be activated for as long as it remains tapped. I get it. And then you can spend 1 in a blue to craft it with an artifact to make it into the Braided Quipu. Quipu? Nailed it. Which is an artifact with 3 in a blue, tap, draw a card for each artifact you control, then put Braided Quipu into its owner's library 3rd from the top. I get it. So you get to like draw a card and put it 3rd from the top to be able to like recast the net. But the net itself doesn't seem all that awesome. This is like a Mega F and limited. That was my first thought. I think this is going to be one of those cards that people might see as good and be like, oh, I might be able to draw like 4 or 5 cards off of this if I have a bunch of artifacts out. But then you're like, but then you have this 3rd from the top and could prevent you from having a more helpful draw. I don't know if I'd go F. But I don't love it.
Sweet.
If it, like, could keep things tapped. I mean, I guess you can activate it during your opponent's untap step because it is instant speed. But you have to craft with it and then pay another 4. So it's 6 mana just to do this whole clause. Yeah, I think I'm going to say just D+, just because the front side is fine. Like, if you need something, you can. And then maybe you get to do the whole craft and activate it thing, but not in love. I'll say D+. It could play out way worse than that. Yo, Stanners, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. Currently a YouTube muncher and live seems good. Hell yeah. Welcome on to the stream. Next is a confounding riddle. Tuna blue for an uncommon instant. Choose one. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard, or counter target spell unless its controller pays 4. I guess this is the only counter spell we've seen so far. So paying 4 is a lot, and then being able to look at the top 4 to get your favorite one, not bad. 3 into the graveyard. So this is going to be very good for like the blue-black Descend decks, because that's a lot of cards into your graveyard. Yeah, it's always nice when it's kind of modal like that. C for confounding riddle. Next is a Kite Sail Larcenist. Tuna blue for a rare human pirate. It's a 2/3 with flying and ward 1. Excuse me. When the Larcenist enters the battlefield, for each player, choose up to one other target artifact or creature that player controls. For as long as Kite Sail Larcenist remains on the battlefield, the chosen permanents become treasure artifacts. They become treasures. What? That's fascinating. And it does say each player, which means you also can target one of your own things. So you could turn one of your own things into a sudden treasure, and they lose all other abilities. Whoa, that's fascinating. So it's not even like a full exile effect. Interesting. I like it. It's no Kite Sail freebooter, but I like it. I'm in for B. I mean, a 2/3 flyer at 3 mana is pretty good, and it has the ward 1 to help protect it. But you basically get to they don't even exile. Oh, that's really funny. So they don't even exile. So if Kite Sail Larcenist dies, they don't like get another ETB effect back. They're just no longer a treasure. That kind of makes it even better. Yeah, B for Kite Sail, B+ for Kite Sail Larcenist. That's neat. And then your opponent would have the choice if they want to spend that creature to even be as a treasure or not. Or you can use it on one of your own guys to kind of pseudo ramp. That's cool. I like that design a lot. Next is the Merfolk Cave Diver. Tuna blue, uncommon for a Merfolk Scout. That's 2/4. Whenever a creature you control explores, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked. Okay. That can be a beater. But again, this is one of those cards where you only want to put this into your Explorer deck, which is this is pretty much a blue-green card, more or less. But unblockable 3 damage, that adds up. And then whenever you can't, you still have a 2/4 defender or blocker. That's solid. I actually like this one. C. Sage of Days is Tuna blue for a common human wizard. It's a 3/2. When he enters the battlefield, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of those back on top of your library, put the rest into your graveyard. You could, it also says you may, so you could choose none and put all 3 into your graveyard. It looks like a decent way of enabling your descend stuff. Not awesome though. C-. Next is the Ever-Flowing Well. 2 and a blue for another rare legendary artifact. When it enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards, then draw 2 cards. And it has Descend 8. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform the Ever-Flowing Well into the Myriad Pools, a legendary artifact land. Tap, add blue. Whenever you cast a permanent spell using mana produced by the Myriad Pools, up to one other target permanent you control becomes a copy of that spell until end of turn. Interesting. So, 2 and a blue, mill 2, draw 2. It's like a divination plus extra words. This isn't a May. You have to transform it if you have Descend 8. Interesting, yeah. Whenever you cast a permanent spell using the Myriad Pools, another one of your permanents becomes a copy of that spell until end of turn. And it says other target permanent, so you could target your land, let your land become a creature. You could also make one of your creatures become a better creature. Or I'm trying to think of like best ways to use it. Or if you have like treasure tokens or map tokens or other artifacts you don't care about. Oh, that's interesting. You know what? I think I'm in. B+. End of the day is a divination, but the mill 2 is also there for your Descend. And then later in the game, you just got some extra land that's gonna give you a little bonus anytime you cast a permanent. It's like any permanent, right? Yeah, it doesn't even necessarily need to be creature. Interesting. Interesting. B+ for Ever-Flowing Well. I like it. Next we have Tishana's Tidebinder, 2 and a blue for a rare Merfolk Wizard, a 3/2 with Flash. When it enters the battlefield, counter up to one target activated or triggered ability. If an ability of an artifact, creature, plane, or planeswalker is countered this way, that permanent loses all abilities for as long as Tishana's Tidebinder remains on the battlefield. Oh! This is going to be a constructed staple for some time. This coming down and just blanking a planeswalker? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is awesome. How good is it in this? Yeah, this is going to be a really cool constructed card. How good is it in limited? Worst comes to worst, it's a 3/2 flash for 3. I think there's enough activated and triggered abilities that this will do work. Oh my god, it negates Shieldred because the trigger's the draw card. I mean, she's still a fucking 4/5 Death Touch, like that's no joke. Oh my god, this card looks so... This is like the card I kind of want the most for Constructor right now. I say, as a blue player. Oh no, because it loses all their abilities. That's ridiculous. I'm in for this. This is good. This card's gonna be fun. Oh, and by fun I mean I hate it. I'm gonna have to play against it. I'm gonna be so mad. Okay. Limited though, it's probably still a B. It's a 3/2 flash with upside. You can counter ETB effects. You can counter craft effects, I guess, which still makes them lose the crafted cards because they have to exile them as part of the cost. B for Tishana's Tidebinder. This is good. This is going to be awesome and constructed. I'm excited for that. All right. It does not work on mana abilities. Mana abilities are not are not activated or triggered abilities. Waterwind Scout. 2 and a blue for a common scout. It's a 2/2 with flying. And enters the battlefield, you make a map token. Okay. It's like a more expensive version of the 1/1 flyer. The difference between 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer and 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer that comes with the map is quite a bit. This one isn't as good, but still solid. See? Zoetic Glyph, 2 and a blue for uncommon aura, enchant artifact. Enchanted artifact is a golem creature with base power and toughness 5/4 in addition to its other types. And then when Zoetic Glyph is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, discover 3. That's kind of cool. Animate one of your artifacts, and then when that artifact dies, you get to discover and get a card back out of it. Yeah. Now my map's a 5/4. I like these animate artifact effects. This seems like it could be good. Not amazing, but good. See. Next. Ancestral Reminiscence. 3 and a blue, common sorcery. Draw 3 cards, discard a card. Okay. Yeah, C-. Charter Course is better. But this is okay. Again, 2 mana, draw 2, discard a card is so much better than paying 4 mana to draw 3 cards to discard a card. C-. Frilled Cave Worm. Why is the cave worm kind of cute? 3 and a blue for a salamander worm. It's a 2/5, but it has descend to 4. It gets +2/+0 as long as there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. 4 mana, 4/5. That's not very exciting. It's the eyes. No, it's kind of like a surprisingly like smooth round face. This looks more like a sort of axolotl friend. Little axolotl friend. It's like a D+. Probably not even a plus. It's probably just like a D. Even with Descend, a 4 mana 4/5 isn't that exciting. Yeah, D for Frilled Cave Worm. Complete filler. Next up. Odger. Oh god. Pakpatik. Deepest Epoch. 2 blue for Legendary God. Mythic. It's a 4/3 flyer. Whenever you cast an instant from your hand, it gains Rebound. Jesus Christ. Rebound is after you cast it, that spell gets exiled. At the beginning of your next upkeep, it comes back and you get to cast it again for free. And then when Odger Pakpatik dies, it gets transformed with 3 time counters into the Temple of Cyclical Time. Tap, add blue, remove a time counter from Temple of Cyclical Time. And then you can spend 2 and a blue, tap, transform it back to the god form, but only if it has no time counters on it and only as a sorcery. So hilariously, you can just tap to add blue, even if you're not spending that mana to cast something. You can just do that and let the mana fizzle out as phases resolve. This is a 4 mana 4/3 that makes all your instants get cast twice, and then when he dies, he comes back pretty easily. This guy's dope. Hey. I like this guy. Yeah, 4 mana 4/3 flyer. Hell yeah. Next, Out of Air. 2 blue. This creature costs 2 less to cast if it targets a creature spell. Counter target spell. Oh, okay. This is actually pretty good for limited because most of the spells you're going to be countering are creatures. It is blue. So it's not like the easiest thing in the world to cast, but it's not bad. And then I guess in a pinch, if you need to counter something that's not a creature, you can't spend 4 on it. Seems fine. C-. Unlucky Drop. 3 and a blue for a common instant. Target artifact or creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. They've had these kind of effects before. They had it in Lord of the Rings. We just had it in Enchanted Tales or Eldraine. The Eldraine one was sorcery. Wait, no, wait, yeah, misleading mode. That was sorcery speed, right? Yeah, these are okay. Was it instant in Eldraine? Okay. Because the one in Eldraine, the misleading modes, ended up not being very good. So this is one of those cards that's going to be pretty dependent on the format. It reads as being fine. It's fine. 4 mana is a lot for that. Probably a C-. I think you're going to be able to get better options or choices out of this. But again, it's going to depend on the format because misleading motes in Eldraine ended up playing out like a D. I'm saying C- for now, giving it benefit of the doubt. Could change. Next, Waylaying Pirates. 3 and a blue for a common human pirate. It's a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, if you control an artifact, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Oh, it's a slightly more expensive, better stat Frostlinks, but with like a clause on it. Yeah, that seems okay. It's like another C- card. Didact Echo, 4 and a blue for a common spirit cleric. It's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Also has Descend 4. Didact Echo has flying if there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. A 5 mana 3/2 flyer, draw a card, or maybe just a 5 mana 3/2 draw a card. I want to say this is really good, and this is probably really good limited like 5-6 years ago. The problem now is that 2 toughness, that's pretty vulnerable. But it does draw a card right away no matter what, so it does replenish itself. At 5 mana, seems like a D+. D+ for that one. Next, Hurl into History. That art looks awesome. 3 blue, uncommon instant. Counter target artifact or creature spell. Discover X, where X is that spell's mana value. So you just exile cards from the top of your library until you find something with mana value equal or less, then put it in your hand or cast it for free. Kind of reminds me of what's it called? Like a mana drain kind of effect. There's versions that like gets you a bunch of treasures instead. There's one where it's like attached to a creature and the creature gets bigger. Five mana counterspell is a lot, which on its own sucks. But the fact that this can discover and get you something pretty good out of it doesn't seem that bad. This is probably the weakest of all your counter options. Yeah, it's just one of those cards where if you're already like, if you're losing pretty hard or draw this early and you're missing land drops, 5 mana is a lot. It's probably a D. In my heart of hearts, it's a D. Council of Echoes. 4 blue, uncommon for a Spirit Advisor, a 4/4 flyer with Descend 4. When it enters the battlefield, if there are 4 or more permanents in your graveyard, return up to one non-land permanent other than Council of Echoes to its owner's hand. Oh, 6 mana 4/4 flyer. If you have the Descend, you can bounce one of your opponent's things. Big mana war. That's decent top end. Yeah, that's like C for a 6 mana guy. And at 6 mana, I feel like there's a pretty solid chance you could have Descend ready to go. Yeah, C on that one. Next, Self-Reflection. Does blue have a lot of self-mill options? Yeah, they do. 4 blue for an uncommon sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control with flashback? Surprise flashback? What? Fascinating. This is one of those cards where blue has so much like draw discard effects. I'd be happy discarding this just to be able to cast the flashback side. Normally on its own, 6 mana for this effect is not good, but the fact that it has flashback and you're basically getting 2 cards out of putting this 1 card into your deck does give it a lot of utility. I think this is one that's going to play out better than you expect, even if it is expensive. C+, and it's one of these cards where I'd almost prefer getting it to the graveyard as fast as possible, just so I have that cheaper flashback cost on it. But also, like, you know, you need to put this in a deck that has creatures in it. Yeah, I like that. Next is the Sinuous Benthisar. 5 and a blue for an uncommon dinosaur. It's a 4/4. When you enter the battlefield, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of caves you control, plus the number of caves in your graveyard. Put 2 of those cards into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay, so if you got caves, ideally at least 2. This is a 6 mana 4/4 that draws you 2. Is there a caves deck possible? Is that a thing? I feel like you need a lot of caves. I hope caves deck is a thing, because that'd be fun. If you don't, you need caves to make this work. And if you don't have that, this is too expensive for something that doesn't really do anything for you. So it kind of gets a build around grade because of that. This is a build around B. If you got the caves, like if your deck has, I don't know, geometric calculator math, 6 or more caves in it, then it's like a B. But build around B. Because you need caves. If you don't have caves, this is worthless. And finally, the Marauding Brine Fang. 5 blue for an uncommon dinosaur. It's a 6/7 ward 3. But it has island cycling. That's a big boy. I think I like this one less than the white one. Like quite a bit. Difference between 7 mana and a 6 quite a bit. It should be a crab. You're right. Got a hard shell. Still has island cycling. This one feels like it's probably closer to a D+. Just because it is so expensive. But doesn't hurt to have it because it does have island cycling. Overall thoughts on blue? I don't know. Oh, what I forgot to do is like try to name the best commons. So what are blue's best commons? Oh, actually, I don't know. That's uncommon. Didn't like any of these guys. Maybe Brackish Blunder. Rival Herald Scouts up there. Well, that's tough. Huh. Maybe Waterwind Scout, just because this one's common. Chances are Charter Course is also going to be one of the better ones. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'll go with those. Not super sure. All right, let's move on to black. What time is it? It's only 3:20. It's so like dark and rainy out. I thought it was like 6 p.m. And my body's like my brain's already telling me, dude, let's go to bed. All right, let's go black. And I'll write down the timestamp for this guy. All right, that was only like an hour on blue. That's not bad, right? All right. Bloodthorn Flail, black. Rare, uncommon artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. Equip cost is 3, or discard a card. It's okay. I guess the discard a card can help you descend. Yeah, it's a way to fill the graveyard. Probably still a C-. Next is Deadweight. Classic. Another good reprint. Common aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets -2/-2. Yep. That's good. C+. A lot of things with 2 toughness. Easily kills a lot of things. Happy playing many of these. C+. Oh, plus if you play Deadweight and it kills the creature, then you got a permanent in your graveyard. I think that alone is gonna make Deadweight even better. All right, C+. Greedy Freebooter, black for common 1/1 human pirate. When he dies, scry 1 and make a treasure. Oh, that's like it's like that AFR zombie, but you get a scry on top of it. Dece. Yeah, Shambling Ghast. It doesn't have the -1/-1 part, but still decent. Probably D+ for Greedy Freebooter. Next is the Stalactite Stalker, black for a Goblin Rogue at rare. It's a 1/1 menace. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended, it gets a +1/+1 counter. And then you can spend 2 and a black, sacrifice Stalactite Stalker. Target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is Stalactite Stalker's power. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. 1/1 menace, if you can pump it up at all, sacrificing it to destroy another creature. And if you get this down early, it's going to get some hits in and start getting bigger and make itself into a removal spell later. This looks really good. B+ for Stalactite Stalker. Next is Bitter Triumph. 1 and a black for an uncommon instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, or pay 3 life, destroy target creature or planeswalker. That's cheap mana to destroy anything. Pay 3 life makes it pretty easy to do early on, or if you're even ahead. But if you're already like dying and losing and you're like low on life, that gets a little scarier. It's still good. This is like a B. But the additional cost is definitely something to keep in mind of. Like if you're already like you're losing and you're like getting low on life and you know you've got these in your deck, like maybe hold on to like land cards or something to discard rather than paying the 3 life. That's in like dire straits, but otherwise, you know, this looks pretty good. Yeah, B for Bitter Triumph. That's uncommon? Yeah. I wouldn't play too many of these in your deck though. Because if you end up having like 5 or 6 of these in your deck, or not many, like 3 or 4, that adds up. But at least 1. Next, Canonized in Blood. 1 and a black for an uncommon enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And you can spend 5 black, sacrifice it, create a 4/3 white and black vampire demon creature token with flying. White black does have some self-sacrifice stuff, so it wouldn't be super hard to descend. And then just later on, you can just transform this into a vampire should you need it at instant speed. Still just kind of seems okay. Because you still need other creatures to get the +1/+1 counters. It doesn't do much on its own. I'm not sure if Descend works with artifact tokens. That's actually a great question. So it does not work with your tokens, period. Because the Descend is if a permanent card was put into the graveyard. A token is not a card. So when it goes to the graveyard, the token just ceases to exist. So it never actually enters the graveyard. So your map tokens, your treasure tokens, your creature tokens, when they die, you do not descend off of them. Keep that in mind. This looks bad. D. Next, Deathcat Marionette. It's a fungus. 1 and a black for a 1/1 Death Touch. And when it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2. Yep, happy with that. See? 1/1 Death Touch for 2 mana is great. Play it early, play it late. You got yourself a blocker. It's a fungus, which matters for what's his face, the mythic. And then if you're looking to descend, you can even mill 2. Let's see. Deep Cavern Bat, 1 and a black for an uncommon 1/1 flyer with lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, you can look at the target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it until Deep Cavern Bat leaves the battlefield. Oh, it's like Kitesail Freebooter, but now it's a Kitesail Free Batter. But it also has flying and lifelink. The lifelink part is going to be huge for white-black. C+, I think you might be too low on this pickle. This is like a B-. You get to see your opponent's hand. That gives you a lot of information, and you get to take away their next best player or the next best card until they deal with a Deep Cavern Bat. I love that. B- for Deep Cavern Bat. Kitesail Free Batter. I'm in for that. I'd be happy playing many of these. Next is Echo of Dusk. 1 and a black for a common vampire spirit. It's a 2/2. With Descend 4, and as long as you have got 4 more permanent cards in your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 and has lifelink. Lifelink seems unnecessary. I think that's just, well, it's a bat, suck blood. Haha, vampire. But it's also there just to help support the white-black gain life archetype. Echo of Dusk. This is fine. It's a 2/2 for 2. Later in the game, it's a 3/3 with lifelink for 2. That's solid. C. Fanatical Offering. 1 and a black for common instant as an additional cost to cast the spell. Sacrifice an artifact or a creature. Draw 2 cards and create a map token. Interesting. So white-black also has some sacrifice theming going on. Maybe even red-black. This could help you fill your Descend. Really, this gets you 3 cards out of it, because your map token can get you a card. Yeah, that's not bad. But you can also just use this on an artifact should you need to. C-. Fungal Fortitude. 1 and a black for a common aura, flash, enchanted creature, gets +2/+0. And when the enchanted creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. That's interesting. So this is we've had these like kind of black spell effects before, but they've been attached to instants where they get bigger and they come back tapped. The difference this one is that it's attached to an aura. So when this when the creature dies, the aura hits the battlefield, you descend, it fills your Fathomless Descent and all your descend requisites. It's, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a combat trick and it helps protect your creature. But I do think the fact that it's on a permanent could end up making it a little bit better than usual. It's likely still just a D+, but keep that in mind as you're building your Descend decks, that this one could have use. Mephetic Draft. Mephetic Draft. 1 of black for a common artifact. When it enters the battlefield or is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card and lose a life. Okay. So 1 of black, lose a life, draw a card. And then if it goes to the battle graveyard for some reason, also draw a card and lose a life. That's probably not enough. There is a lot of black cards that let you sacrifice artifacts. I don't know how happy I'd be spending a card in my deck to even have this included in there, just as a pseudo-efficient card advantage way of doing that, though. That looks like a D. I could see some decks that want it if you have a lot of artifact outlets. But no, the losing the life part is a little scary, which makes it harder later in the game. So I'm going to say D on that one. Next. Skullcap Snail. 1 and a black for a common fungus snail. It's a 1/1. When he enters the battlefield, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. Oh! This is your black 1/1. Make your opponent lose a card from their hand. Big difference, it gets exiled rather than discarded, so they can't get Descend off of it. Nice. I like cards like these. I'm a big fan of them. I mean, y'all saw me with Virus Beetle and the Nezumi Informant. Better Virus Beetle. Honestly, because it exiles, that does make it better. But Virus Beetle was an artifact creature, which is relevant for some things. And then this is really good sacrifice fodder. Hell yeah. I like them. C for Skullcap Snail. Souls of the Lost. 1 of a black for a rare spirit. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you have to discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. And it has Fathomless Descent. Souls of the Lost's power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. And its toughness is that number +1. So you have to discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. Yeah, this is just one of those cards where later in the game it's going to get bigger. It's Tarmogoyf at home. Tarmogoyf at home. I mean, your opponent does have to deal with it. I think it's a B. Just because late in the game, like this could end up being very easy being like a 2-mana 5/6. So I'll say B. Tyrion's Journal. 1 of black for a rare legendary artifact. Tap, sacrifice another artifact or creature to draw a card at sorcery speed. But it also has 2 tap, discard your hand, transform it so that it can become the Tomb of Alkazats, a legendary land cave. You can tap it to add black. And also has tap, you may cast a creature spell from your graveyard this turn. If you do, it enters the battlefield with a finality counter on it, and is a vampire in addition to its other types. So it allows you to cast any creature from your graveyard onto the battlefield, only they get exiled when they die. Oh, I like this. Imagine you're descending and you bust this guy out and suddenly you can just start recasting. You transform as you start casting any of your creature cards from your graveyard. That's quite a bit. This looks like it's going to be good. Sorcery speed on the draw part sucks, but yeah, and then once your hand's empty, just activate it. Transform, who cares? It is a little slow, I agree. And if the format ends up being uber fast, this may not be enough. But that is a lot of graveyard recursion, and it'll be a pain to deal with. It's an artifact land? No, it's a legendary land cave. So even if it gets transformed, your opponent can't really interact with it. Cool. I kind of want to say A-. Like, that can be a lot of creatures coming back. Yeah, I'm going to say A- for Tarian's Journal. I'm into it. Next up. Tithing Blade. 1 and a black for a common artifact. When Tithing Blade enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Okay, so it's a 2 mana sorcery speed edict effect. And it also has craft with creature, 4 and a black to transform it into the Consuming Sepulcher, which is another artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Slake my thirst so that we may both may free. Slake my thirst so that we both may be free. Dude, I swear to God, I get this literal DM on Instagram like 4 times a week. Yeah, okay, we got jokes here. So 2 mana, make your opponent sacrifice something's okay. Sounds like an OnlyFans catchphrase. There it is! That's up on my OnlyFans. I'll say slake your thirst so that we both may be free. It's not awesome. I do think the fact that it's attached to an artifact makes it sorcery speed, and sorcery speed edicts make your opponent sacrifice something isn't awesome. And then transforming this just to get like a little drain effect that's cute. That's cute, but it's not like a win condition gonna swing the games in your favor. It's like a D+. As a reminder, the craft clause, you are allowed to craft with stuff in your graveyard. Next, Visage of Dread. 1 a black for an uncommon artifact. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose an artifact or creature card from it. That player discards that card. Okay, there's a multiple hand hate things going on in here. Craft with 2 creatures plus 5 and a black to create a Dread Osiosaur, a dinosaur skeleton horror. It's a 5/4 menace, and when it enters the battlefield or attacks, you may mill 2 cards. I like the snail more. This is a spooky dinosaur. And it's 3-headed. Yeah, all the flip effects are expensive. I wonder if maybe that's an indication that the format maybe is a bit on the slower side just because everything is so expensive. How do I feel about it? 2 mana, artifact, look at their stuff, take something out. 6 mana, craft with 2 creature for 5/4 menace. That lets you... You may mill 2. It's not a have to mill War Boss. It is a may. You can always choose not to. Card is good enough without flipping. I don't know if I'd say good enough. It's okay enough. I'm gonna say I'm leaning C-. Mostly because of just how expensive the crafting stuff is. I just assume all the crafting thing is gonna miss just because of how expensive it all the casting costs we've seen is. But I'll say C-. I don't know. That's what I'm gonna try to play though, because I like making my opponents discard their hand. All right, Acolyte of Alcazatz. Tuna black for common 1/4 vampire cleric. Tap, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain a life. Okay, yeah, solid. Drain your opponent. So if you have to chump block with something, you just tap this in response. Drain them. Those are fine. You can also use it with artifacts. Yeah, just kind of okay. C-. Another chance. Tuna black for common instant. You may mill 2 cards, then return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, and it's an instant. Okay, I like that. I kind of like that you can mill 2 first, so then you might be able to find like an extra hit or one you want more. Or you find 2 things you don't care about, and then you can still grab 2 creatures without losing too much descend. And I like that it's instant speed. C for another chance. Corpses of the Lost, Tuna black for a rare enchantment. Skeletons you control get +1/+0 and have haste. When Corpses of the Lost enters the battlefield, you create a 2/2 black skeleton pirate creature token. And at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, you may pay 1 life. If you do, return Corpses of the Lost to its owner's hand. Oh. Huh. Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine. So it's a 3 mana to get a 3/2 spooky, scary skeleton that can attack in right away. And then if you descend, you can return Corpse of the Lost back to your hand to recast it? I wish they didn't have to recast it. I don't love it. It just seemed like a slower, clunky way of like recurring it and constantly getting skeletons out of it. I get the idea, but you have to recast it? I don't know. And paid life? I'm not into it. I'll say C+. Like, it doesn't seem fantastic. And we haven't seen a bunch of other skeleton creatures already. Yeah, C+. Alright. Deep Goblin Skulltaker. Tuna black for common Goblin Warrior. It's a 2/2 menace. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended to this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Deep Goblin Skulltaker. Okay. Okay, so he's just a little guy. Whereas things dies, he becomes more of a little guy. They've had like these black 2/2 menaces before that get bigger as stuff dies previously. But thankfully, this does count for artifacts and other things too, which can't help it. He's just a fine card, probably a C. Next, Join the Dead. I wish. 1 black for a common instant. Target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. Or if you have Descend 4, it gets -10/-10.
Sweet.
B. There's your premium black removal spell. Giving a creature -5/-5. That's going to kill most creatures in the set. And if you've got Descend 4, they're very dead. Yeah. You'll be happy playing this and as many of them as you can. B. Zenzakro, thanks to that Twitch Prime resub. Also, Assistant Professor of Evil, thanks for the resub from earlier. Malicious Eclipse, 1 black uncommon sorcery. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. And if a creature an opponent controls would die this turn, exile it instead. All creatures, so it also hits your own. I mean, at least you exile your opponents, but hitting your own makes this feel less good. Sideboard C. If your opponent's playing like small, cheap white, red, or vampires or something. Giving them all -2, -2 can help, but otherwise it should be a sideboard card. The Preacher of the Schism. 2 black. For a rare vampire cleric, it's a 2/4 with Death Touch. Whenever Preacher of the Schism attacks the player with the most life or tied with the most life, you create a 1/1 white vampire creature token with lifelink. Whenever Preacher of the Schism attacks while you have the most life or are tied for the most life, you draw a card and lose a life. Holy crap, this dude's dope. So if your opponent's got more life than you, you get a 1/1 creature out of it. And if you've got more life, you get to draw a card and lose a life? Great defender? No, great attacker. Like, you want to attack with this regardless. It has Death Touch, which is going to make it awkward for your opponent to block with. And it's got 2 power and with 4 toughness. So there's going to be a lot of instances where your opponent's going to want to try to have to block with more than one creature just to deal with it. And this is going to kill both while you get value out of it. Yeah, if you're both at the exact same life, you get both triggers. Draw a card and make a 1/1 vampire creature token. That rules. This guy's very good. This is a B+. I would splash for this. That's a good vampire. Damn. Like that guy a lot. All right. The Screaming Phantom. 2 black for an common spirit. It's a 2/2 flyer, and when it attacks, mill a card. That's a guy. That's a D. 2 toughness on 3 mana flyer, which apparently is just the going rate. That's how it is these days. That's not great. And it's not a may. You have to. So, kind of whatever. D. Soul Coil Viper, 2 black for an uncommon snake. It's a 2/3. Its ability is black tap, sacrifice the Soul Coil Viper, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Activate only as a sorcery. That's not bad. A 3 mana 2/3. And then later in the game, or for something gets milled, you can sacrifice this Viper to get something bigger and better out. And really for a discount, because I'd be happy paying this as a 3 mana 2/3, and then 1 black to exchange it up for something bigger seems cool. Yeah, the Screaming Phantom art goes hard. I like that a lot. I like this Viper a lot too. I think a C+ for the Viper. All right, Stinging Cave Crawler. 2 black for an uncommon insect horror. It's a 1/3 Death Touch, but has Descent 4. Whenever Stinging Cave Crawler attacks, if there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, you draw a card and lose a life. That's also excellent. 3 mana 1/3 Death Touch can block pretty much anything. And then you can start attacking in to draw a card and lose a life. And it's got a 1/3 Death Touch, so like whatever your opponent blocks with feels bad. And if they don't block, they take a damage, you get card advantage. Guy looks good. He's uncommon? Uncommon. Yeah, C+. Synapse Necromage, 2 black for an uncommon fungus wizard. 3/1. When Synapse Necromage dies, create 2 1/1 black fungus creature tokens with this creature can't block. Basically rat tokens, but fungi instead. I haven't seen much of a way of using the tokens for much. I guess you can use the tokens for crafting. That's not great. You can sacrifice the tokens later with like the ritual card and things like that. I don't know. I think a 3 mana 3/1 a little below rate, even if you get the tokens after it dies. I don't love it. This looks like a filler card to me. It's uncommon though? An uncommon. Maybe I am missing something. It looks like a D. But this is uncommon, so maybe this plays out better than I realized because you do get the tokens afterwards. I'm probably missing something, but yeah, I'm gonna say D. Next, the Bloodletter of Aclazotz. 1 black, black, black for a mythic vampire demon. It's a 2/4 with flyer. If an opponent would lose life during your turn, they lose twice that much life instead. Yikes! So he fundamentally doubles the power of all of your creatures when they attack. And if you got other cute ways of making him lose life on your turn, that gets doubled. How good is that? Triple black pip is tough. That does not make it the easiest thing in the world to cast. It's not as good of a blocker because he's only a 2/4 blocker. But he hits the opponent for 4. Probably something closer to like B, maybe B+, and that's mostly because the casting cost is clunky. I mean, this could be cute with all your 1/1 fungi tokens, because then like if your opponent doesn't block them, now they're getting in for 2 damage. Lol. Yeah, I'm gonna say B, just because I don't like the casting cost. Yeah. Brood Rage Mycoid, 3 black for a common fungus. It's a 4/3. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended, you make a 1/1 black fungus creature token with this creature can't block. Okay, so I guess there actually is a surprising amount of ways of making these 1/1s. So if you get that, what was it, the rare green-black guy that cares about how many funguses you have out? These are cards you're looking for. All right. Chupacabra Echo. 2 black, black for an uncommon beast horror spirit. It's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. It's Ravenous Chupacabra, but back in spooky ghost form. No, that's really good. This is a B. A 4-mana 3/2 creature with a removal spell attached to it. Fantastic. Happy playing as many of these as I can. B. Grasping Shadows. 3 black for an uncommon enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. Put a Dread counter on Grasping Shadows. If there are 3 or more Dread counters on it, transform it into the Shadow's Lair. It's a cave land. You can tap it to add black mana. You can pay black, tap it, remove a Dread counter, and you draw a card and lose 1 life. Oh, that's cool. So it's a 4-mana enchantment that makes your things attacking for lifelink and death touch. And then once it has 3 more Dread counters, you can start turning those Dread counters in for cards once it's in cave form. It's a little bit of a win more because it is a 4-mana that doesn't have doesn't affect the board on its own. Like, you already need creatures out. And getting the lifelink is nice. But if you don't have creatures, this kind of does nothing. This probably won't play out great. Like, it's like a C- card, but there's going to be people who play this card and it's going to like beat me or go unanswered and it's going to suck. You can only attack with 1 creature to activate it also. Yeah, but that's fine. If your creature has Death Touch and Lifelink, I think that seems fine. But yeah, it's probably more of a C- card, but someone's going to beat me with it. Starving Revenant, 2 black, black for a rare spirit horror. It's a 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, Surveil 2. Then for each card you put on top of your library, you draw a card and lose 3 life. Interesting. And also has Descend 8. Whenever you draw a card, if there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Ooh. So this could be a 4-mana 4/4. Draw 2, lose 6. Chances are it's going to be a 4-mana 4/4, draw a card, lose 3 life. But you still get the Surveil, fill your yard, get some card selection. Bare minimum is a 4-mana 4/4. You look at the top 2 cards and you can throw both in the graveyard. If you descend to 8, every time you draw a card, you're starting to drain your opponent. That's really good. B+ for Starving Revenant. Yep. I think you'll be happy playing this no matter what. Even if you have to Surveil 2 and throw both cards into the graveyard. That's just filling the Descend for the Starving Revenant. He's a 4-mana 4/4. Seems good. Terror Tide. 2 black for a rare sorcery with Fathomless Descent. All creatures gain -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So there's a black board wipe in the set, huh? That sucks. Gonna have to keep that in mind and play around it. It's a good control card, though. That's like a B-level control card. Vito's Inquisitor. 3 black for a common Vampire Knight. 3/3. You can pay black to sacrifice another creature or artifact. Put a +1/+1 counter on Vito's Inquisitor, and it gains menace until end of turn. These. Another way of making sure you can enable some sacrifice, and it starts getting bigger and it is a menace, that can add up. Probably like a C for Vito's Inquisitor. Actually, seeing this sacrifice stuff does give you a reason to get all those fungus token cards. Next is Alkazat's The Deepest Betrayal. 3 black for a legendary Bat God. Mythic. 4/4 flying lifelink. Goddamn. Whenever Alkazat's attacks, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. That rules. Whenever an opponent discards a land card, you make a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. That rules. When Alkazat's dies, return it to the battlefield tapped and transformed as the Temple of the Dead, a land. You can tap it for black mana. You can also go 2 black, tap it, transform it back into Alkazat's the Bat God, but only if a player has 1 or fewer cards in their hand and only as a sorcery. Oh my god. Oh my Bat God. This card's fantastic. Holy crap. A+? Huh. All gods seem pretty good for limited. I agree. I think this might be the best one. I like that you can transform it back if your hand is empty or if the opponent's hand is empty. That's really cool. Like, you're attacking in, you're forcing your opponent to discard a card. If they just try to get rid of a land card because they have something else they want to keep, you're getting a token out of it. If they don't have any cards, you get to draw a card. Yeah, Alkazat's is great. This is an A+. Big fan. Big fan. Alright, Defossilize. 4 black for an uncommon sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That creature explores, then explores again. 5 mana, reanimate effect. These are usually too expensive and not worth it, even with like the explore clause on top of it. Haven't been a big fan of these. Feel like it's a D+. Don't love it. Primordial Gnar. That's a funny name. 4 and a black for a common insect horror. It's a 5/2. And when it dies, you discover 3. So, like, it's a 5/2. It's gonna die. But at least it finds you another card to cast. This still looks like filler. D+. I gave it a plus just because it at least discovers 3 when it dies. Next, Queen's Bay Paladin. Oh, it's the Queen's Bay. She loves them. 3 black for a rare Vampire Knight. It's a 5/4. Okay. And when he enters the battlefield or attacks, return up to 1 target vampire card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. You lose life equal to its mana value. Woo! That's a good one. 5 mana, 5/4. That immediately gets another vampire card out of your graveyard back into the battlefield. And then when he attacks, you can start getting more. That's great. Hey. It thankfully is up to 1 target, so if for some reason you're like super low on life and you don't want to lose that life, you can choose to not target anything. But this is more or less, in most cases, this is a 2-for-1. Like, you're just getting 2 creatures out for 5 mana. And he's a 5/4 for 5. That's beefy. Yeah, black's looking really good. Yeah, and then if you're, you can start attacking with it and getting even more out. No, it's quite good. All right, next is Ray of Ruin, 4 and a black, common sorcery. Exile target creature, vehicle, or non-basic land. Scry 1. Huh. So creature I get. Vehicle, weird, but okay. But also non-basic land? Okay. This is your typical black, expensive removal spell that's almost always at sorcery speed that shows up in every single set. It is what it is, D. I guess you could sideboard it in if your opponent has a god and you don't want to have to deal with its land side. I guess. Still a D. Abyssal Gore Stalker. 4 black for an uncommon horror. It's a 6 mana 6/6. When he enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices 2 creatures. That doesn't seem good at all. Like, even in an ideal world where you have like tokens, I guess you can like kill some of your like tokens to have just a 6 mana 6/6. But there's going to be a lot of situations in which you can't do that, and that makes this look worse. This feels like another filler card. D. 6 mana is just too much for it. Next is Rampaging Spiketail, 4 black for an Anguid Stegosaurus, common dinosaur. When rampaging, it's a 5/6. When Rampaging Spiketail enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Nice. But he's also got Swamp Cycling. Hell yeah. Like him more than the blue one. Is he as good as the white one? Probably about equal. Lets you swing in with something and you got a pretty beefy blocker still. And he's got Swamp Cycling. Yeah, I like him. See. Last couple of black cards here. Bringer of the Last Gift. Oh, 6 black for a rare vampire demon. It's a flying 6/6. When the Bringer of the Last Gift enters the battlefield, if you cast it, each player sacrifices all other creatures they control. Then each player returns all creature cards from their graveyard that weren't put there this way to the battlefield? Wow. It's not really a board wipe because you get stuff back, your opponents get stuff back. This costs 8 mana. Is this like a is this a commander meme? I guess it's like, I guess you can like kind of do something with this if you're milling yourself and you're trying to fill your graveyard and you just have more in your graveyard than your opponent. They still cast 8 mana. I think this might be an F, y'all. I think it's too expensive. 1. 2. This isn't gonna like really wipe your opponent because like they're still gonna get creature cards out. And I think like the best way you're supposed to cast this is if you are like milling yourself. Combo with Bat Guard. This has to be cast. Like you can't bring it from graveyard to battlefield and get the same effect. Then it's just a 6/6 flyer for 6. Like the sacrifice all stuff, he has to be cast. This feels like a commander card. I think it's like it's probably a D- limited card that's way too expensive. But I don't know, commander players are into this kind of shit. Honor Lionheart, thanks for the resub. Final black card, Gargantuan Leech. 7 black for an uncommon leech. It's a 5/5, but it costs 1 less to cast for each cave you control and each cave in your graveyard. It's a 5/5 lifelink. Again, if you have a cave deck, if you can get this down for only like 3 in a black, a 4 mana 5/5 lifelink, that's strong. Stabilizes you really, really well. Blocks well, attacks well. You need caves for it though. Build around C+. But it's like cave build around. All right, that's black. Best black commons. That 1 black removal spell. Join the Dead. Easy, the best one. Super good. Join the Dead. What else is good? I'm gonna throw Skullcap Snail in there because that's my jam. Deadweight is also up there. Oh, that's uncommon. Never mind. Echo of Dusk is also probably gonna be good. And one last common. I don't know. I'll say those ones for sure, at least. All right. It's only 4 o'clock, and I'm looking outside, and I feel like I should be crawling into bed and getting ready for sleep. This is fucking me up. All right, y'all ready for red? Write down the time code. All right, red. Diamond pickaxe. Yo, we Minecraft boys? We Minecrafting? Let's go. Heatman, thank you for the resub. Diamond pickaxe. Red for an uncommon equipment. It's indestructible. You can't destroy it. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature attacks, create a treasure token. The equip cost is 2. Oh. It's the Kaldheim pickaxe. Only now it's red and costs 2 to equip. That Kaldheim pickaxe did work. So I kind of wonder if this one will also just like pop off. Especially if you throw it on a any kind of evasive creature, your flyer, excuse me, your flyers or whatever. You're getting treasure tokens, so you get some mana ramp. You're getting like sacrifice outlets. If you're playing blue-red that cares about artifacts, you're getting a bunch of those. This is probably going to be good. See. Next up, Dire Flail straight into another equipment. Red. This one's rare. The equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has equip cost 1? But it also has craft with artifact. 3 red to transform it into the Dire Blunderbuss, which is also an equipment. The equipped creature gets +3/+0 and has whenever the creature attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact other than the Dire Blunderbuss. When you do, the equipped creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature. The equip cost is still 1. Oh my god. So this is red. Oh my god, I'm gonna blank on the name. Bone Splitter Axe. It was like an equipment. Yeah. So the fact that it's only costs 1 red and it's only 1 to equip is kind of nuts. Like getting 2 power for very little investment is quite a bit. And then you can equip it to like a shotgun that allows you to sack artifacts and take out your opponent's creatures when they attack. Because it is like the attacking creature's power, which is going to be minimum +3/+0. This seems super good. B+ on the Dire Flail? Wow. All right. So starting off with some banger equipment. Next is Dreadmaw's Ire. Red. Uncommon instant. Until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy target artifact that player controls. Cool. For only 1 red, yeah. And there is so much artifact stuff in this format that you're probably going to be able to take something out with it. That's a cheap, efficient combat trick. I like that it tramples. This is probably going to be good. C+. Next, Goblin Tomb Raider. Red. For a common Goblin Pirate, it's a 1/2. But as long as you control an artifact, he gets +1/+0 and has haste. Alright. I like him. I feel like there's probably going to be a pretty good chance that he's just going to be a 1 mana 2/2 haste. More often than not. Do a C for him. Next up, we have another equipment. Sunfire Torch for red, common. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice Sunfire Torch. When you do, it deals 2 damage to any target. Equip cost 1. So you can throw a torch on him, give him +1 power, and then you can always yeet the torch, should you need to. Less exciting. This one probably closer to a D+. It can be like awkward shock when it comes to that. But it is a cheap artifact and cheap to equip it. So, you know. Awkward shock. Tectonic Hazard, red, sorcery, a common. Deal 1 damage to each opponent and each creature they control. Yep. That's a sideboard card. Sideboard D. In case your opponent's playing a lot of tokens or has a lot of X and 1s. Triumphant Chomp. Red. Uncommon sorcery. Triumphant Chomp deals damage to target creature equal to 2. Or the greatest power among dinosaurs you control, whichever is greater. That's kind of funny. So you're going to deal something 2. Maybe more if you got some dinosaurs out? Hell yeah. That's just a solid removal spell. See? It's at least 2 damage for 1 mana, which is great. And then if you have any dinosaurs, it just gets better. See? Ilium, thank you for the resubby. Next, a Braid's got a reprint. 1 in a red instant. Deal 3 damage to target creature or destroy target artifact. Always solid, C+. Ancestor's Aid, 1 in a red for a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Create a treasure token. Nah. It's another one of those like filler red combat tricks. D on that. Even if you get a treasure token, I don't love it. A scry or an explorer would be preferred. D. Belligerent Yearling, 1 in a red for an uncommon dinosaur. It's a 3/2 for 2 mana and has trample. Whenever another dinosaur enters the battlefield under your control, you may have Belligerent Yearling's base power become equal to that creature's power until end of turn. What? It's a 2 mana 3/2 trample. And if you play any other bigger dinosaurs, he gets bigger. Are you kidding me? B+? Yeah, just a second ago, we had a 3/2 trample at rare. This guy's uncommon. Till turns end? Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're attacking with this motherfucker no matter what. That's what he's there for. He tramples through. B+. Jesus Christ, alright. Burning Sun Cavalry. 1 in a red for a common human knight. It's a 2/2. Whenever Burning Sun Cavalry attacks or blocks while you control a dinosaur, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Sure. It's a 2/2 for 2. And slightly better when you have a dinosaur. See. Dowsing Device. 1 in a red for an uncommon artifact. When Dowsing Device or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, up to 1 target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. Transform Dowsing Device if you control 4 or more other artifacts into the Geode Grotto, a cave. Tap to add red. You can also spend 2 in a red, tap it until end of turn. Target creature gets haste and +X/+0, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Activate only as a sorcery. So this only triggers on its own ETB or when you get other artifacts out. And if you have 4 more artifacts you have to transform, it's not a may. Yeah, it's just kind of like a means of getting your things +1/+0 in haste. But it takes extra steps because you have to be getting artifacts entering the battlefield under your control. I think it's asking a lot. It looks like a D+ card to me. Yeah, D+. Enterprising Scallywag. 1 a red for an uncommon goblin pirate. I assume also a monkey. Is a 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, you create a treasure token. Tight. C. Not much else to say there. Next is Inti. Seneschal of the Sun. 1 a red for a legendary human knight at rare. A 2/2. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample till end of turn. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until your next end step. Ooh. He is a 2-mana 2/2 that makes your attacking creatures better. He doesn't have to be attacking to get his triggers. It's just whenever you attack. So you can discard something, exile the top of your card to be able to, it does say play, so you can play your lands off the top. which makes it better. You have to put the +1/+1 counter on a attacking creature, but it also gets trample. No, seems good. B. 2-mana 2/2 that makes your attacks better and gets you some. It's basically Rummage, but for some reason they make you exile it. Whatever, still a B. Saheeli's Lattice. 1 red for an uncommon artifact. When Saheeli's Lattice enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Oh, okay. An artifact-based Tormenting Voice. But it also has craft with 1 or more dinosaurs for 4 and a red to transform it into the Mastercraft Raptor, an artifact dinosaur with 4 toughness and power equal to the total power of the exiled cards used to craft it. I get it. When your dinosaurs die, you can like take their corpses and put them all into a 4 toughness thing. I get it. I like these red kind of cards where it's these tormenting voice effects where it's discard a card, draw 2 cards. I'm a fan of those, but I'm also a blue player at heart, so I'm not very good at red. Yeah, so remember, it does say craft with 1 or more, so you could just dump a lot of dinosaurs into this raptor. Then ask if it has a soul. And it could be a pretty big thing. It's only 4 toughness, so it's not like the biggest threat in the world. It's just kind of okay. It's probably still like a C level card. But I do like that this is a pretty decent way of using your graveyard dinosaurs later in the game. Next is the Sunshot Militia. 1 and a red for a common human soldier. He's a 1/3. Tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. Sunshot Militia deals 1 damage to each opponent. Activate only as a sorcery. That's stinky. That's stinky. That D. It get D. D for you. Unless for some reason you have like a billion treasures or something. And you're like, haha, I'll ping you for like 2-3 damage a turn. Haha. It's not great. Next, the Volatile Wanderglyph. 1 and a red for a common artifact creature golem. He's a 2/2. Whenever he becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, 2-mana 2/2 that rummages whenever he taps. I like him. See? I guess there's just no such thing as a vanilla creature anymore, huh? All right. Zoyawa's Justice. 1 and a red for an uncommon instant. The owner of target artifact or creature with mana value 1 or greater shuffles it into their library. Then that player discovers X, where X is its mana value. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? It's not a removal spell. It doesn't put you up on cards because they get Discover right away and they're just going to cast it or they get another card into their hand. And it has to be mana value 1 or more, so you can't target tokens with it and just get rid of a token. I guess you're maybe supposed to do something cute with this by targeting your own stuff? It's mono red removal for commander. Is that what this is for? Goddamn commander players coming in here and ruining my magic. Uh-huh. Not really a removal spell. I guess D+ because it's instant speed. But what the fuck? I'm not into this at all. I don't think I'll ever cast this card. I would have to be in dire straits if I end up casting this card. Yeah, someone's going to come up with some weird, wacky combo shit. No thanks. All right. Brass's Tunnel Grinder. 2 and a red for a legendary rare artifact. When Brass's Tunnel Grinder enters the battlefield, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards plus 1. Okay, so it replenishes itself at least as a cantrip. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a boar counter on Brass's Tunnel Grinder. Then, if there are 3 or more boar counters on it, remove those counters and transform it into Tekutlan. Jesus. The Searing Rift, a legendary cave, which can tap for red mana. And whenever you cast a permanent spell using mana produced by Tekutlan, the Searing Rift, ooh, discover X, where X is that spell's mana value. Okay. Now that's got something going on for it. 3 mana. It lets you... It does replenish itself right away, because you could choose to discard 0 cards and just draw a card instead. But you want to be able to discard something so you can start descending. And then once you do, this makes all your permanent spells have discover. That's a lot of card advantage. It's slow. But like, bruh. So yeah, bare minimum 3 mana, you should be discarding something so you get a boar counter right away. So consider this card a 3 mana Tormenting Voice. But as you keep descending, your upside goes way up. It's slow, but it's like a B+ if you get this bad boy to flip. Moving on. Brazen Blade Master. 2 and a red for a common orc pirate. He's a 2/3. Whenever the Brazen Blade Master attacks while you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+1 till end of turn. That's not bad. 2 mana, 2/3. You got artifacts, you can attack. Again as a 4/4. Solid. C. Next is Breaches. Eager Pillager. 2 and a red for a legendary goblin pirate. That's rare. He's a 3/3 first strike. And he also has, whenever a pirate you control attacks, choose one that has not been chosen this turn. 1. Create a treasure token. Target creature can't block this turn. Or exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. That's a good pirate monkey. 3/3 first strike for 3. And just makes your pirates attacking better. And if you got multiple pirates, you can do all of them. This is great as a 3/3 first strike for 3, and everything else is just kind of upside. A- on Breaches. Good handsome monkey. Next. Itali's Favor. 2 and a red for a common aura. Enchant a creature you control. And when it enters the battlefield, discover 3. So you get it replenishes itself right away. And the enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has trample. Okay. Yep. I don't think I have much to add to this. So it's not quite a, like, 3 mana draw card. But it does give them trample at least. Probably still like a D+ card, to be honest. It's still an aura, even if it replenishes itself. Even if you get it for free or if you put it into your hand. I think I'd almost prefer like +2/+0 and trample. Yeah, probably just like a D+. Hotfoot Gnome, 2 and a red for an artifact gnome. A common. He's a 3/1 with haste. But you can also tap it to give another target creature haste until end of turn. Probably a little overcosted for what he is. D. Idol of the Deep King, 2 and a red for a common artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, you can deal 2 damage to any target. Okay, so it's a expensive shock, but also has craft with artifact, 2 and a red to transform it into Sovereigns. Oh god. Maquahuitly. Nailed it. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. The equipped creature gets +2/+0. The equip cost is 2. Okay. So if you so if you transform it, you get a free equip right away. 3 mana shock, that's not great, but it's fine. Just kind of fine. Yeah, C-. I like that it has like damage just kind of attached to it. And you get the free equip at least, but the equipment isn't awesome. +2/+0. And it's 2 mana to keep equipping afterwards. Yeah, it's just kind of fine. C-. Plundering Pirate, 2 and a red. For a common orc pirate, it's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you make a treasure. Nice. This will probably end up playing better than you think. Kind of like the Plundering Ogre, whatever it was, in Forgotten Realms. C. Next. Poetic Ingenuity, 2 and a red for a rare enchantment. Whenever 1 or more dinosaurs you control attack, create that many treasure tokens. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 3/1 red dinosaur creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Oh, that's cute, because they're girlfriends. They're doing artifact and dinosaur stuff together. Aww. Kind of weird though, because I feel like if you're red, you want to be all in on dinosaurs or all in on artifacts and not a little bit of both. Which is kind of weird. Yeah, I feel like it kind of has a split identity going on. I'm not sure if I'm feeling. Triggers once each turn. I guess I'd be happy. I think I'd almost prefer just playing this in an artifact deck and just keep making additional 3/1s each turn. Yeah, I think I like that side more than the dinosaur side. It's like it's a build around card. It's a build around C+. But I think you should anticipate only really getting one half or the other. Next. The Scytheclaw Raptor? He's pogging? Tell me that's just not the pog face? Can I get some poggers in chat? two and a red for an uncommon dinosaur 4/3. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, Scytheclaw Raptor deals 4 damage to them. What the hell? What? What? It's a 3 mana 4/3. Okay. And then tells blue players to go fuck themselves? It does count yourself too. But like, you can make your deck and play around that easily. Huh. Yeah, no wonder it pogs. 4 damage is so much. And he's straight up, he's pog champing. I love it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I love it. I hate it. Fucking likely end up going to be just like a 3-mana 4/3 that your opponent removes on their turn, which is fine. But like, this is a 3-mana 4/3. B? And every time you're watching someone stream and they're playing Arena and they cast this spell, you have to PogChamp in the chat. I don't make the rules. This is just how it is. Look at him. He's PogChamping. New achievement, PogChamp with a raptor, and then use it to kill yourself in game. All right. Amazing. All right. Calamitous Cave-In. 3 and a red as an uncommon sorcery. Calamitous Cave-In deals X damage to each creature and each planeswalker, where X is the number of caves you control plus the number of cave cards in your graveyard. Okay, so there's also a cave-based board wipe. Is the caves deck real? It's a build around B. You need the caves for it. They'll never know I'm Komodo hyping. Child of the Volcano. 3 and a red. Common elemental. 3/3 trample. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended, put a +1/+1 counter on Child of the Volcano. Yep, that's a guy. See? Curator of Sun's Creation. 3 and a red for an uncommon human artificer who's a 3/3. Whenever you discover again for the same value. This ability triggers only once each turn. Ooh, double discover? So it gets a build around grade because you need discover cards. Otherwise, she's just a 4-mana hill giant that does nothing else. Build around C+, though. Makes all your discover just double their card advantage. Dinotomaton. 3 and a red for an artifact dinosaur gnome. 4 mana, 4/3 menace. And when it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains menace until end of turn. Yeah, dinosaur gnome. No notes. See? I guess if you're like drafting red and you're not sure if you're going to go artifacts or dinosaurs, this is a pretty safe pick to go either way. Geological Appraiser. 2 red for a uncommon human artificer. It's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, discover 3. Okay, a 4-mana 3/2 that also gets you a 3-mana card. That's good. Happy with that. B-. Happy playing that. Here we go. Ogre Oxynal, Deepest Might. 2 red for a legendary creature god. Mythic. It's a 4/4 trample. Okay, so you got a 4/4 trample for 4. If a red source you control would deal an amount of non-combat damage less than Ogre Oxynal's power to an opponent, that source deals damage equal to Ogre Oxynal's power instead. Okay. So basically it turns all your shocks and your abrades and your whatever to dealing 4. And when an Ogre Oxynal dies, it transforms into the Temple of Power, a land. Tap, add red. 2 and a red, tap, transform it. Activate only if red sources you control dealt 4 or more non-combat damage this turn, and only as a sorcery. This actually might be one of the weakest gods we've seen yet. I mean, a 4-mana 4/4 trample is fine. Oof. And the way it reads, if a source you would control would deal non-combat damage, it has to deal the damage to the opponent. So it doesn't even work with like your removal spells targeting your opponent's creatures. It has to go towards your opponent. I mean, it's adorable if you have like the catapults and trebuchets and all that. but it has to be non-combat damage hitting the opponent. And then the backside is having to deal 4 or more non-combat damage is already asking a lot, and you still need 3 more mana afterwards, plus this land in order to transform it back into just like a 4/4 trample. Yeah, I mean, like, the most ideal card for it would be that weird 1/3 thing. My argument, it comes down on turn 4 and all the creatures you have can deal 4 damage. That's not how it reads, though. It has to be non-combat damage. So them attacking does not make them do 4 power. It has to be all your creatures need to have like a tap or activated ability that pings the opponent. Only the opponent, not their creatures. He looks like a C+. It's a 4 mana 4/4 trample. The 1/3 thing does support it the best, but the ability to, in order to transform it back, you probably will not ever get. This is probably the weakest god. It still finds a 4/4 trampler. But yeah, huh. It also works with trample damage. Again, pickle. It has to be non-combat damage. You keep talking about combat damage getting the boost. It doesn't. It has to be from a red card, and it has to be non-combat damage. Yeah. C+ for Oger. Rumbling Rockslide. 3 in a red for common sorcery. Rumbling Rockslide deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. So it's like a 4 mana deal 4 at sorcery speed. They've had these kind of cards before, and these are just kind of clunky ones. So really, like, red's cheap removal is a Braid. Probably their best one so far. And Triumphant Chomp. Okay. Caven's like a D+. It's removal, but like it scales up at sorcery speed, and you need lands in order to do it. Next is Bonehorde Dinosaur. Bonehorde Dracosaur. Whoa. It's a dinosaur dragon. 3 red for a mythic creature. It's a 5/5 flying first strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. If you exile a land this way, you create a 3/1 red dinosaur creature token. If you exiled a non-land card this way, you create a treasure token. What the fuck? A+? Full stop? A 5 mana 5/5 flying first strike. Incredible. And if for some reason your opponent doesn't kill it right away, you just draw 2 extra cards on your next turn. And if those cards suck, you're getting 3/1 dinosaur creatures tokens out of it too? A+. Holy crap. Hey, Pelvic. I don't even think I need to say anything more. A+. This is super good. Yeah, super good. God, that's meaty. All right. Jesus, okay. Woof. Daring Discovery. 4 in a red for a common sorcery. Up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn. Discover 4. At least that it discovers and replaces itself. But this is pretty expensive for one of these your thing can't block spells. D. Gold Fury Strider. 4 in a red for an uncommon artifact creature that's a golem. It's a 3/5 trample. You can tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. Target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Oh, activate only as a sorcery. Oh. Oh, no. D. Man, if it was instant speed, that'd actually be tight. This is uncommon, though? I'm missing something. I guess if you have a lot of artifacts, you can activate it more than once. You can tap himself for the activation. Yeah, I guess the idea is you just tap a bunch of untapped artifacts and put it on the Gold Fury Strider because he has trample. He doesn't give trample. It looks like a D. This might be one that plays out super much better than I realized if you just get a bunch of artifacts, though. Next up. Magmatic Galleon. 3 red for a rare vehicle. It's a 5/5. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 5 damage to target creature an opponent controls. Eat that, Sky Sovereign. Whenever one or more creatures your opponents control are dealt excess non-combat damage, you also get to create a treasure token. The crew is 2. That's a big vehicle that comes down and kills one of your opponent's things. I'm in for this. B+. Yeah, only a crew of 2. Very reasonable. It's not as good as Sky Sovereign because Sky Sovereign can hit anything and also gets the trigger when it attacks. But this is still really good. B+ for Magmatic Galleon. Panicked Altasar. 4 and a red for a common dinosaur. He's a 4/5 with reach. And you can tap him to deal 2 damage to each opponent. That's a weirdly defensive dinosaur. C-. Oh, this is the red secret reach card, right? Gotta remember that. Red secret reach. I mean, they tap the deal too. That's not nothing. Yeah, C-. Rampaging Ceratops, 4 and a red for an uncommon dinosaur. It's a 5/4 and it can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. 5 mana 5/4 with Super Menace. And these were all the big beefy dinosaurs I've been waiting, huh? Tight. Solid. Definitely a C. Definitely one you want to be attacking in with. Next, Seismic Monstrosaur. 4 red for their common dinosaur, a 6/5 trample. 2 and a red, sacrifice a land, draw card, and has mountain cycling. This was the best land cycler we've seen so far. 6 mana, 6/5 trampler. It can cycle itself to find a land. And in the late game, you're sacrificing your extra lands to draw a card. This guy's great. B-. Excuse me. B- for Seismic Monstrosaur. Trumpeting Carnosaur. 4 red for a rare dinosaur. A 7/6 trample. When Trumpeting Carnosaur enters the battlefield, discover 5. But it also has 2 and a red. Discard Trumpeting Carnosaur. It deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. A+. 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 It's a 7/6 trample for 6 mana. When it enters the battlefield, you discover 5, so you just get another card out of it right away. And in an emergency, you can channel it to deal 3 damage to kill a creature. That's fantastic. A+. Very good card. He's probably going to be showing up in Constructed a lot. Yeah, then you can use the lattice to craft it back into a new dino. Absolutely could. Final red card is Hit the Motherlode. 4 red for a rare sorcery. Discover 10. If the discovered card's mana value is less than 10, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the difference. This is an F. Commander-ass card. Yeah, exactly. This is an F. Don't play this. The likelihood that you cast this for 7 mana and then you get a 2-drop and then you just have 8 treasures laying around. Who cares? F. Don't play this. Well, red looks pretty good. Best red cards. Abrade. The Dino Chomp, whatever the heck it's called. Oh, no, that's uncommon. Oh, never mind. Okay. Best red commons? Abrade was common, right? Yeah. Abrade. The pickaxe is uncommon. Probably the volatile wander glyph. I'm into this guy. The 2/2 that when he becomes tapped, you get to rummage. I'm in for him. Plundering Pirate, I think I also like quite a bit. What was the rarity of the Good Boy Dragon? It was mythic. Yeah, I'd probably say those 3. Plundering Pirate, Abrade, and the Wander Glyph. Wait, are you common? Oh, Seismic Monstersaur. Seismic Monstersaur is also common. Seismic Monstersaur is also one of the best ones. Oh, wait, the little boy? I don't know which one you're asking about anymore. Alright, so next up we got green. The one that steals the Dragon's other power. Oh, the 3/2? It's uncommon. And it's a dinosaur. Not a Dragon. Alright. So we gotta do green, artifacts, and the lands are left. There's probably gonna be a billion artifacts, aren't there? Alright, well. I guess that's just how it would be. Try to finish this up. Green. The C-Note Scout. For green, uncommon, 1/1 Merfolk Scout. When it enters the battlefield, it explores. Great. Happy with that. C+. You either get a land off the top, or another card, or you get a 1 mana 2/2. Cool. A lot of the artifacts are colored. Okay, cool. Glowcap Lantern, green for an uncommon equipment. The equipped creature has, you may look at the top card of your library anytime. Whenever this creature attacks, it explores. Equip cost is 2. You could look at the top card, and then you can choose to attack and explore, and you already know what you're going to explore. I get it. That way, if you know what the card is, you can already like make your decision if you want to bother attacking, because you're like, oh, am I going to get the land and send this thing into its death, or am I going to for sure attack in and get that +1/+1 counter so it attacks a little bit better? It's not phenomenal, but I get it. I mean, it is a pretty cheap artifact equipment that can get you some card advantage, so it's probably still a C. Ixali's Lorekeeper, green for an uncommon 1/1 Human Druid. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a dinosaur or activate a dinosaur. Really? So you got a 1 mana dork, but specifically Dino Dork? If you're playing red-green dinosaurs, you're going to want her. Basically, build around C+. No other deck's going to want them. Next up. Jadelight Spelunker, X and a green for a rare Merfolk Scout. It's a 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, it explores X times. Oh my god. The Jadelight Ranger became a Jadelight Spelunker. So basically, never cast this for 1. Yeah, Explore X is kind of ridiculous. Because, like, the way it looks, like, if you reveal a top card and it's a non-land card, you can then just put it back on top and keep exploring the same non-land card and getting +1/+1 counters on Jadelight Spelunker. Or in a pinch, you can throw in the graveyard and keep looking or find lands or whatever. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous! B+. Very good green card. Next is the Malamet Battleglyph. Green for an uncommon sorcery. That art looks cool. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If the creature you controlled entered the battlefield this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then those creatures fight each other. Oh, okay. So here's your green fight spell. For only 1, that's pretty cheap. And if you happen to get that creature in on the battlefield this turn, you can make it a little bit bigger and then punch something. Decent. I like how cheap it is. You know, green sorcery speed removal as a fight always kind of happens and kind of rough, but it's pretty much like one of the best things you can get out of green. C+. Seeker of Sunlight is green for a common Merfolk Scout. It's a 1/1, but you can spend 2 and a green, and the Seeker of Sunlight explores at sorcery speed. I don't think you want to do this. 1 mana, 1/1. Sure, it's a menacing for later, but you're still spending a lot of mana to make this into maybe a 2/2. Seems like a decent mana sink. Yeah, it can be. But you also got to consider including this in your deck is a cost. Like, there are better cards that you can play instead of this. Not a fan. D. Next, Twists and Turns. Green for an uncommon enchantment. If a creature you control would explore, instead you scry 1, then that creature explores. Cool. When Twists and Turns enters the battlefield, target creature you control explores. Okay. When a land enters the battlefield under your control, if you control 7 or more lands, transform Twists and Turns, becoming the Mycoid Maze, a cave. You can tap for green mana. You can also spend 3 and a green, tap it, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card and put them into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in any order. This is kind of cool. It is a little bit of an explore build around, because that's how you'll get the real value out of it, if you're getting like the extra scry and then doing the explore. But even just like the 1 mana target creature control explore scry, but you get the scry one and all that, not bad. And then at 7 mana, you have an 8th land and you're spending 4 mana to look at the top 4 and find a creature. That's pretty good. I'm in for this. I like Twists and Turns quite a bit, actually. You don't necessarily need to put it in an Explore deck either, because at 7 or more lands, you just get to transform this? Yeah. I think I like B for Twists and Turns. It's just so cheap. Basking Capybara! Oh my god, look at him! He's just chilling. 1 a green for a common Capybara. He's a 1/3, but also has Descend 4. Gets +3/+0 if there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. So 2 mana 1/3 who's chilling, but they become could be an easy 2 mana 4/3 later. So obviously this has the biggest home in the black deck. Is this the first Capybara in the game? It might be. I love him. He's adorable. And he's just chilling. He's like a C minus, but it's going to be like a C plus in your Descend decks. Meth Maker, thank you for the Twitch Prime resub. Disturbed Slumber. Oh, that art's awesome. 1 and a green for a common instant. Until end of turn, target land you control becomes a 4/4 dinosaur with reach and haste. It's still land, must be blocked this turn if able. Eh. Eh. Meh. D. Like you're just asking for your land to get popped. Yeah, D. Yeah, you like... It says 2, but really it's 3 because you need to be able to target an untapped land. If it like could untap a land in response, then maybe. Yeah, D. Explorer's Cache. 1 and a green for an uncommon artifact. Enters the battle. Explorer's Cache enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, put a +1/+1 counter onto Explorer's Cache. Tap. Move a +1/+1 counter from Explorer's Cache onto a target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Alright, so this is like a way to beef up your boys if you're playing like the green-white thing. It is kind of slow. It's at bare minimum. Oh no, because you die, you get the +1/+1 counters back. That's kind of cute. So you pay 2 mana. This comes down, you can activate it right away, make something bigger. And if it dies, you just get those +1/+1 counters back. I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it. He's a C. But I can certainly see a use for it. C. Alright, Glimpse the Core. 1 and a green uncommon sorcery. Choose 1. Search your library for a forest, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle, or return target cave card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped. It's your 2 mana forest ramp, which actually is not bad. That's actually a really good rate because it comes out to the battlefield for only 2 mana. And then I guess also, if you're playing a cave deck, but the cave has to be from your graveyard, which is interesting. 2 mana ramp seed's okay. C, I guess? And that's only if you want to make sure you're ramping. Because you have to find a forest. You can't find anything else. So, C. But obviously way better if you have caves. Next is the Intrepid Paleontologist. 1 and a green for a rare human druid. She's a 2/2 and can tap to add 1 mana of any color. Ooh. Also has 2 exile target card from a graveyard. That's going to be huge. But she also has, you may cast dinosaur creature spells from among cards you own exiled with Intrepid Paleontologist. If you cast a spell this way, it enters the battlefield with a finality counter on it. That's fascinating. So she's a 2 mana 2/2 that can get you some extra mana. You can use it to get rid of out of cards in your opponent's graveyard. But if you use it on dinosaurs in your own graveyard, she allows you to recast them. There's a lot of flexibility here, especially that only for 2 mana. Very cool. B minus. 2 mana 2/2. Gets you mana. That's great. And Graveyard Hate is very, very relevant in this set. B minus. The Malamet Brawler. 1 and a green for a common 2/2 Cat Warrior. Whenever a Malamet Brawler attacks, target attacking creature gains trample until end of turn. Okay, so it's a 2 mana 2/2 that can make itself attack as a trample creature. Or, ideally, you make one of your other things trample. Something bigger. So like if you have dinosaurs that don't have trample, you give it trample. That is a 2-drop with slight upside. C. Over the Edge. 1 and a green for a common sorcery. Just choose 1. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Okay. Or target creature you control explores. Then it explores again. Ooh. Nice and modal. I like it. Probably going to be difficult to include it in the deck. Likely more of a sideboard card just because of the destroy target artifact or enchantment side. Yeah, I think it's still a sideboard card. It's a sideboard C. You can still bring it in, for sure. It might be main deckable because there are a lot of artifacts, but I'm going to default to the sideboard for now. And if for some reason you got it and you just don't have a target for it, yeah, you can explore. It's going to stick with sideboard C. Next is the Poison Dart Frog. 1 and a green for a common frog. He's a 1/1 with reach, and you can add 1 mana of any color, or you can spend 2 mana and give him Death Touch until end of turn. Look at his face. He's an A+. I will not be taking any questions. He's just a little guy. He's excellent. Yeah, there's another C+. 2 mana creature that adds you some mana. And what's great is that he can pay for his own Death Touch ability, should it come to that. C+. Next, Staggering Size. Is that a capybara getting giant? 1 and a green, target creature gets +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. Solid combat trick. I like that it gets trample. D. D+. Tendril of the Micro Tyrant. 1 and a green, Gigabara. 1 and a green for an uncommon fungus wizard. It's a 2/2. And for 7 mana, put 7 +1/+1 counters on target non-creature land you control. It becomes a 0/0 fungus creature with haste. It's still a land. This is a 2 mana 2/2. And if the game goes real long, you start turning your lands into 7/7s. Yeah, that's a mana sink. That's what you want. This guy's great. B. B for him. Armored Kincaller. 2 and a green for a common dinosaur. He's a 3/3 for 3. And when he enters the battlefield, you may reveal a dinosaur card from your hand. If you do, or if you control another dinosaur, you gain 3 life. Okay, so he's a 3/3 for 3, who will sometimes just gain you 3 life. Solid. C. Next is Quaddy Scavenger. 2 and a green for an uncommon raccoon. It's a 3 mana 3/2. With Descend 4. When it enters the battlefield, if there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh! It's a trash panda. It's literally a raccoon. He's going to go through your garbage, find something he likes, and bring it back to you. I like it. So he's a 3 mana 3/2. And then later in the game, when you got a bunch of dead stuff, it's a 3 mana 3/2 that gets you a card back. Very good. C+. Uncommon. C+. Like him a lot. Growing Rights of Itlamok. 2 and a green for a legendary rare enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Reveal a creature card from among them, put the rest in the bottom in any order. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more creatures, you transform it into the Itlamok Cradle of the Sun. Legendary land, tap for green, or tap, add green for each creature you control. This is a reprint. Not really good, though. Yeah, this is a constructed card. It's a reprint. It's an F in limited. Like 3 mana just to look at the top to find a card. And then, like, you're not going to have so much ramp that you really get to pop off with this. You don't want this. Don't bother casting it in limited. F. Next is Huatli, the Poet of Unity. 2 and a green for a legendary creature, human warrior bard. Mythic. 2/3. And when Huatli enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land and put it into your hand. And she has 3 red, white. Exile Huatli, then return her onto the battlefield transformed. Roar of the Fifth People, a saga. Chapter 1. Create 2 3/3 green dinosaur creature tokens. Okay. Chapter 2. Roar of the Fifth People gives creatures you control have tap, add red, green, or white. Chapter 3. Search your library for a dinosaur card, put into your hand. Chapter 4. Dinosaurs you control gain double strike and trample until end of turn. The 3-mana 2/3 that fixes, because you can use this to find a red or a white or whatever your secondary color is. And it shouldn't be too difficult to play her. And then I absolutely would transform her on the backside. I would transform on the backside just to get 2 3/3 dinosaur tokens. All the other stuff is fine. Because chapter 4, because the idea is you search for a dinosaur on your chapter 3, and then since all your creatures can tap for mana, you find your biggest goddamn dinosaurs. You can tap all your creatures to play your biggest goddamn dinosaur. She looks great. She's like an A if you activate her. Feels bad when the opponent kills her in response. Well, that's one of those things where it's best not to activate her into open mana. Like if your opponent's tapped out, then you activate her. If your opponent, you know, leaves up two black and another land and passes back to you, probably not good to activate her because you're walking right into a trap. So you do have to be smart about when you activate her and play around what your opponent can do. But also, like, that can get you an advantage because your opponent might be leaving up mana so that they try to get you in response. And if you just play around that, then you're punishing your opponent. She's great. A, if you activate her. If for some reason you can't or don't or won't, she's still a B because she's still a B. Well, Huatli's very good. Next up, Huatli's Final Strike. 2 and a green for a common instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. Alright, so we got an instant speed bite and gets a little bit bonus of +1/+0. Yeah, these are always fine. Little overcosted at 3 mana, but at least it's at sorcery speed. C. Not C+, it's removal. In the Presence of Ages, 2 and a green for a common instant. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a creature and or a land from among them into your hand. Put the rest into your battlefield. 3 mana. Maybe draw 2. Maybe whiff and get none. Never really cared for these cards a whole lot, especially at 3 mana. I think it's a D. I think you have better options. Next is Kaslim's Stone Tree. A common artifact that costs 2 and a green. When there's the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. And it has Craft with Cave? 5 and a green to transform it into Kaslim's Strider. A 5/5. Okay, so yeah, there is a Caves deck. It's probably green based. You play this, you find your cave, put your cave out onto the battlefield. So you get a little bit of ramp on top of that. Or if you have a cave in your graveyard or whatever, you can eventually start turning them into 5/5s. Still just kind of seems okay to me. It doesn't, I mean, it finds you a land but doesn't do anything else. I'll say C-, just because I think the caves have like a sacrifice ability, so this can give you a means of getting like extra value out of a cave you've already sacrificed. That's only the reason I would even go that high, so C-. Top 6 is and limited? No, top 6 is pretty good. Top 6 is like enough that you're gonna find a land. Alright, Malamet Scythe. 2 green for so much equipment. Common equipment with flash. When it enters the battlefield, you get to attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. Equip cost 4. Alright, yeah, it's a combat trick that sticks around. The equip cost of 4 is a lot, though. D+. Pugnacious Hammer Skull. 2 and a green for a rare dinosaur. That's a 6/6? A 3-mana 6/6. Whenever Pugnacious Hammer Skull attacks while you don't control another dinosaur, put a stun counter on it. You fucking kidding me? At worst, you have a 3-mana 6/6 blocker. If you're playing green, I think you're gonna have another dinosaur that lets homie here start attacking in. What the fuck? Dude, this is gonna show up in Constructed a lot. Oh, plus fight rigging? They're gonna ban fight rigging or something, right? This is stupid. A? Even if I don't have any other dinosaurs, I would pay 3 mana for a 6/6 blocker. Gladly. That's so beefy. A. God, that dinosaur's got a big dick. Alright, River Herald Guide. 2 and a green for 3/1 with Vigilance at common. When it enters the battlefield, explores though. Yeah, it's okay. Even at a 4/2 Vigilance, like the Vigilance doesn't matter a whole lot. It gets easily blocked. He's fine. D+. Sentinel of the Nameless City. 2 and a green for a rare Merfolk Warrior Scout. It's a 3-mana 3/4 Vigilance. And then whenever Sentinel of the Nameless City enters the battlefield or attacks, you make a map token. Oh my god. When it ETBs or attacks? It's a 3-mana 3/4 that gets you a map that allows you to explore. And if you get to swing with them at all, you get more explore. This guy's super good too. Also an A. Good God. Remember when 3-mana 3/2s with no text on them were fine? Okay. Spelunking. 2 and a green for uncommon enchantment. When Spelunking enters the battlefield, draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. If you put a cave onto the battlefield this way, you gain 4 life. Lands you control enter the battlefield untapped. I feel like even in a cave deck, I wouldn't want that. That just doesn't seem impactful enough. Or maybe it ended up being super important in the caves deck to make sure your caves enter the battlefield untapped. Probably not, though. This looks like a D- to me. Even in like a dedicated caves deck. That doesn't seem super worth it to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not into it, personally. Thrashing Brontodon's back. 1 green for uncommon dinosaur. He's a 3/4. You can pay 1, sacrifice it, and destroy target artifact or enchantment. Yep, fantastic. B. Good to see you again, buddy. Next is the Bedrock Tortoise. 3 and a green for a rare turtle. He's a 0/6. As long as it's your turn, creatures you control have hexproof. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equals to its toughness rather than its power. Okay. So he's a 0/6, but really, like, he beats in as a 6/6, and he's 4 mana. God. So green's just gonna, like, piss pound every single person, huh? It's a 4 mana 6/6. Hey. Yeah, happy with that. Fuck it. Next is Colossal Dactyl. 2 green for an uncommon dinosaur. It's a 4/5 with reach and trample. Yep. No notes. B. Hulking Raptor. 2 green for a rare dinosaur with Ward 2. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add green. And it's a 5/3? That's interesting. A 4-mana 5/3. And then on your next turn, you get 2 extra green mana to play some other big dick dinosaur. And it's got Ward 2, which makes it harder for your opponent to take it out before you get the extra mana. It doesn't block, or doesn't attack super well because it only has 3 toughness. But yeah, 2 extra green mana on your pre-combat main phase, that seems good. Like another B for Hulking Raptor. Good God. And again, if you're in a dinosaur deck, going from 4 mana turn 4 to going potentially 6, 7 mana turn 5 is significant. In fact, I'm going to bump it up to a B+. Jade Seed Stones. 3 and a green for an uncommon artifact. Enters the battlefield. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 creatures you control. Okay. And you can then craft it with a creature for 5 green and a green to make it into the Jade Heart Attendant. He's a 7/7. And when he enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to the mana value of the exiled card used to craft it. So this is a 4 mana sorcery speed. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters. And then later on, you can exchange it in for a 7/7 that gives you some life. It seems okay. Like a C-. I'm not a huge fan of these sorcery speed +1/+1 counter effects. But I like that this has craft with creature for later on. Mineshaft Spider, 3 and a green for a common spider. He's a 3/4 with reach. And when it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2 cards. Thanks, homie. If this seems pretty filler, even if you're trying to be like the Descend deck for green-black or whatever. Still seems kind of filler. Filler plus, though, because it's does enable and it's good defensive. D+. The Pathfinding Axe Draw. Oh my god, he's got searchlights on him. 3 and a green for a common dinosaur. That's a 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, it explores. Very solid. C. 4 mana 4/3, draw you a card, or 4 mana 4/3, be a 5/4. C. That's a good boy. Cosmium Confluence. 4 and a green for a rare sorcery. Choose 3. You may choose the same mode more than once. Choose your library for a cave. Put it onto the battlefield tapped. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on a cave you control. It becomes an elemental creature with haste. It's still a land. Destroy target enchantment. It's a cave build-around that finds you more caves or animates your caves. You could make 1 cave into a 9/9. You're right. Even at 5 mana, though. This is like a build-around C. Cave build around C, I guess. Shrug. It's kind of wacky. Malamet Veteran, 4 and a green for a common 5/4 cat warrior with trample. And Descent. Descent 4. Whenever it attacks, if you have 4 more permanent cards in your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Oh, very cool. A 5 mana 5/4 trample, and with Descend can attack it and make himself into a 6/5 trample, or make something else slightly bigger. That's very good. That's a solid 5-drop. C+. All right, we got the green god, Ogre Chasm. Deepest Growth. 3 green for a legendary creature, god, mythic. 6/5 trample. Whenever Ogre Chasm deals combat damage to a player, reveal that many cards from the top of your library. You may put a creature card and or land card from among them onto the battlefield. And when it dies, it becomes the Temple of Cultivation, a land that taps for green. And you can go 2 and a green, tap it, transform the Temple of Cultivation back into its god form, but activate only if you control 10 or more permanents and only as a sorcery. Note, it says any permanents, it does count lands. That's a 5-mana 6/5 trample. And if it hits your opponent, you have the potential of just getting free cards onto the battlefield. This is also an A+. And because this counts lands, it's not going to be super... And it plus itself. It will be kind of easy to transform it right back. That one's a pain. Is this the best one? A+ for this guy? Oh, it does say and or. You could find a land and a creature. Jesus. Yeah, between this one and the black one, they're close. Red, easily the worst. Still good. Yikes. Walk with the Ancestors. 4 and a green for common sorcery. Return up to 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Discover 4. Oh, it goes back to your hand, though? Even with the Discover, I'm really not into this. 4 mana, get something back? D. No. Don't like it. D-, in fact. Not into it. Okay. Cavern Stomper. 4 green for a common dinosaur. A 7/7. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2. And you can spend 3 and a green. Cavern Stomper can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less this turn. I mean, it's no Crawworm. Six mana, 7/7. Jesus Christ, that's stupid. Scry's 2. And you can make it so it's difficult to block. This looks really good. It is 6 mana, so it's probably closer to like a C+ than anything in the B level. But if you're playing dinosaurs, and especially if you got ramp, I'd play these guys. Fucking yikes, dude. Alright. Earthshaker Dreadmaw. 4 green for an uncommon 6/6 trample. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card for each other dinosaur you control. Colossal Dreadmaw. Colossal Dreadmom. Super good. I'd be happy playing this as a 4 mana 6/6 trample, as is, because that's just a Colossal Dreadmaw. And if you got any other dinosaurs, you happen to get to draw some extra cards on top of it. This makes it good. B. Next up, we have the Nurturing Bristleback. Oh, mommy dinosaur. 5 green for a common dinosaur. It's a 5/5. But when it enters the battlefield, you also create a 3/3 green dinosaur creature token. And it has forest cycling. 7 mana is quite a bit, but this comes in with 2 bodies. That's nice. C+. Last couple of green cards. Galta Stampede Tyrant. 5 green. And you get a 12/12 trample. And when Galta Stampede Tyrant enters the battlefield, put any number of creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Here's the thing. Galta casts 8. By the time you cast Galta, you should not have any other creature cards in your hand. So for the most part, this is an 8 mana, 12/12 trample. Which is a lot. Yeah, so this has to be in your green deck. If you have this, your green deck wants the ramp. And if you get this out, that is a big dick. The black, like the premium black removal spell doesn't even kill it with Descend. That's ridiculous. A-, just because you probably won't get a lot of benefit out of the enter the battlefield ability. But it's a 12/12 trample. I guess there could be a world where if you ramp enough or have the other rare that just gives you 2 extra mana on your pre-combat main phase, maybe you could get out for slightly cheaper and you might be able to get 1 or 2 creature cards down. But like, bruh, come on. Dies to the 1/1 frog. And then you're still taking 12. Or 11, sorry. Ridiculous. A-. Final green card, the Skull Spore Nexus. 6 green for a mythic legendary artifact, but it costs X less to cast, where X is among the greatest power among creatures you control. Whenever 1 or more non-token creatures you control die, you create a green fungus dinosaur creature token with base power and toughness equal to the total power of those creatures. 2, tap, double target creature's power until end of turn. So when one of your creatures die, you make a big ol' fungus dinosaur. And if you got big old dinosaurs, I mean, on its own cast costs 8. But it should not be too difficult for you to get this thing down for only like 4 mana or less. You can double a creature's power and it dies. You make a big old token. Oh my. This looks like an A. This looks like an A. I feel like they looked at the last Ixalan set and they're like, huh, people didn't really like dinosaurs that much, huh? We'll show them! Huh. Alright, well, okay. That's green. Big dick swinging. That's what green does. Let's go back and figure out what the best green commons are. Nurturing Bristleback. Huatli's Final Strike, you know, your removal spell. Oh, Poison Dart Frog, absolutely. And honestly, probably the Malamet Brawler. Capybara. No, Capybara isn't one of the top ones. Well, maybe it is. Nah. No, I think it depends on the deck. You don't want to throw this in any green deck. But I do love them. Alright. So, we already went through the gold cards. Which means all that's left is Artifact. And the lands. Froggy card? Yeah, Poison Dart Frog is definitely up there. Mana Ramper. Poisoner. Great. Alright, let's do the artifacts. Our very first one is a rare, Throne of the Grim Captain. It's a 2-mana rare artifact. Tap, mill 2. Craft with a dinosaur, a merfolk, a pirate, and a vampire, plus 4 mana. What? To make the Grim Captain. Skeleton Spirit Pirate, a 7/7, Menace, Trample, Lifelink, Hexproof. Whenever the Grim Captain attacks, each opponent sacrifices a non-land permanent. Then you may put an exiled creature card used to craft the Grim Captain onto the battlefield under your control, tapped and attacking. This is not a meme card. This is an achievement card. It would take some doing. This probably would work best in something like that stupid Caves deck, where you're just trying to do like multicolor nonsense. Get stuff into the graveyard as much as you can. And if you're able to actually like craft this though, if you craft this, you win. It's a build around A. Yeah, you are going to have to be playing it 3, likely 4 colors minimum. Menace, Trample, Lifelink, Hexproof. Just ridiculous. And you attack, and you just get one of your exiled things back onto the battlefield. That's stupid. Like, I would play this in like... I'd play this in like a blue or black focused deck that has a lot of like draw a card, discard a card. And now just play like random ass dinosaurs and merfolk or fucking whatever just to throw into the graveyard. To feel this. Because if you get it, you win. That is such a beater. And you're just going to get your guys back. It is a build around. But it's a build around A. Damn. That's hilarious. Alright. Hunter's Bowgun. Yay, Magic Man. Thanks for the resub. Hunter's Bowgun. It's a 1-mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equipped creature has Death Touch as long as your turn, otherwise it has Reach. And the equip cost is 2. That's cool. So you get the Death Touch attack in, or if you don't want to attack in, you got a Reacher. That's okay. D+. Swashbuckler's Whip. There's a lot of equipment. 1 for an uncommon equipment. Equipped creature has Reach. It also has 2 tap target artifact or creature, and 8 tap, discover 10. The equip cost is 1. No, 2 mana to tap something down is quite the cost. Especially since you got to equip it to go off of. 8 mana, discover 10. That's like an emergency. I've got nothing else kind of thing. I'm not into it. Looks like a D to me. Not worth it. Tyrion's Soul Cleaver. A rare legendary equipment. Cost 1. Equipped creature has Vigilance. Whenever another artifact or creature is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on the equipped creature, and the equip cost is 2. So note the way this reads, it does count your opponent's stuff. So if your opponent's creatures or artifacts die, your creature still gets a +1/+1 counter. So that can get real big real fast. Yeah, it's like a B. Plus Vigilance. And then when your equipped creature dies... No, wait. No, it has to go on the equipped creature. Yeah, okay, slightly more vulnerable. It's like a B-. But still pretty good. The Millennium Calendar. It's a mythic legendary artifact. Costs 1. Alright. Whenever you untap 1 or more permanents during your untap step, put that many time counters on the Millennium Calendar. 2. Tap. Double the number of time counters on the Millennium Calendar. When there are 1,000 or more time counters, when there are 1,000 or more time counters on the Millennium Calendar, sacrifice it and each opponent loses 1,000 life. I don't remember which episode of Yu-Gi-Oh was it where they went and got the Millennium Calendar. This is a meme card. Like, math-wise, even if you keep doubling, it's going to take like 20 turns before you get 1,000 or more time counters on it. The crossover with the Yakuza is found at the top of the Millennium Tower. Got it. It would take at least 9 turns. Yeah, that's not worth it. Ultimate meme. Do not play it. F. Next. Buried Treasure. 2. Treasure artifact. And you can sacrifice it to add 1 mana of any color. Or 5. Exile buried treasure from your graveyard. Discover 5. Now that's interesting. So it's a 2 mana, 1-time mana fixer. And then later in the game, you can use it to discover 5. That's not bad. For a mana fixer, not bad. C-. Next is the Compass Gnome. 2 mana common gnome creature. It's a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card or a cave card. Shuffle and then put it on top. They've had these kind of cards before, and it seems cool. Like, oh, hell yeah, it's like fixing. But the fact that it also messes with your draw and doesn't go straight into your hand makes these a lot weaker than they seem. But if you're playing the caves deck, this is a way of finding your caves. He's probably like a... He looks like a D. Slightly better in the caves deck, but still probably a D. Contested Game Ball. 2 mana artifact, uncommon. Whenever you're dealt combat damage, the attacking player gains control of Contested Game Ball and untaps it. It has 2, tap, draw a card, and put a point counter on Contested Game Ball. Then if it has 5 or more point counters on it, sacrifice it and make a treasure token. I get it. I get it. After 5 or more point counters, you sacrifice it, and then you get a trophy. Because you win. I mean, it's a 2 mana card that you can keep spending 2 mana to draw a card off of it. But then if your opponent takes it, that feels bad. So it's one of these cards where it's better where you know you can defend yourself. And make sure your opponent is not dealing you combat damage to steal your Contested Game Ball. Or you've got an easy means of getting your game ball back. Or maybe there's a way of you taking your game ball and going home. Probably still like a D. I feel like there's the likelihood of your opponent being able to take it from you feels pretty bad, and you're just giving them a means to draw cards. Probably not worth it. Dig Site Conservator, 2 mana uncommon artifact gnome. It's a 2/1. You can sacrifice it, exile up to 4 target cards from a single graveyard, activate only as a sorcery. Okay, some graveyard height there. It also has when Dig Site Conservator dies, you may pay 4. If you do, discover 4. Neat. I like him as a C. Nice artifact creature. It's a 2/1. Has a relevant ability for all these Descend cards. And then if you manage to sacrifice them way after you cast them, you get to discover 4 and replace them. Yeah, I don't mind them. C. Hey, Sorcerer Spyglass got reprinted. Oh, it's a merfolk using water bubbles as a spyglass. Cute. When you look at the battlefield, you get to look at the opponent's hand, choose any card name, and then activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. This is a constructor card. Don't really need to play this. You can sideboard this in case you are facing down a Planeswalker or something. But really, don't play this. It's an F. Treasure Map got reprinted. 2 mana, artifact, rare, 1, tap, scry 1, then put a landmark counter on it. If there are 3 or more landmark counters on it, remove it, transform Treasure Map, make 3 treasure tokens, and on the backside, whoopsie doodle. On the backside is the Treasure Cove, tap to add a colorless mana, and you can also sacrifice a treasure to draw a card. This card is way better than it looks. Like, that is a lot of card advantage, and eventually gives you a lot of sudden ramp. If you don't need those treasure tokens for ramp, you can use that to draw cards. Treasure Map's great. B+. Play this in like any deck. Careening Minecart, a 3 mana vehicle at common? Uncommon. 3 mana 3/3. Whenever it attacks, create a treasure token. Crew 1. Oh. Oh, this actually might be good. Its crew is only 1. Easy way to make treasure. This could be good. C-. Cartographer's Companion is next. A 3 mana common artifact creature gnome. A 2/1 enters the battlefield. You make a map token. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's 2 artifacts for 3 mana. But I think you got better options. D+. I'm gonna butcher this. Matzalantli, the Great Door, a 3 mana rare legendary artifact. You can tap it to draw a card, discard a card. And then you can pay 4 mana to transform it, but only if there are 4 or more permanent cards among cards in your graveyard. And it transforms into the Core. Legendary land. Fathomless Descent. Tap, add X mana of any one color, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Draw 3 mana, draw a card, discard a card. Then pay for transform it only if there are 4 or more permanent types, not just permanents. And then just gives you I guess tap to add 4. I kind of don't care about the backside. Right? Like, by the time you got a bunch of permanents in your graveyard to tap and get a bunch of mana, what are you spending that mana on? Who cares? But like the front side, draw a card, discard a card for free, that's a little bit better. But you're still paying 3 to get it down? It's a ton of mana? Sure, but like, to what purpose? I think it's going to be a D. I'll probably try playing it because I like the idea of having a free loot card. But it's not good. Dump a bunch of beefy Dino Boys? I mean, if you're doing that, you shouldn't be putting Matzalantli in your deck at all. And there's so much better and cleaner ways of being able to ramp out your dinosaurs. Yeah, I'm not into it. It's a D. I'll probably play it. Sunbird Standard, a 3 mana artifact, an uncommon. Add 1 mana of any color. And then has craft with 1 or more 5. Okay, so you can just craft this with any other permanent you control. For 5 mana. What? Sunbird Effigy? With flying, vigilance, and haste, its power and toughness are equal to the number of colors among the exiled cards used to craft it. Tap for each color among the exiled cards used to craft Sunbird Effigy. Add 1 mana of that color. I get it. I mean, it's a 3 mana rock. And then if you got all the colors, you might be able to craft it and make it into a 5/5 flying vigilance with haste. That's still asking a lot and not really worth it. It's a D. If you really need some fixing, you can play this though, because it is still a 3-mana rock that adds 1 mana of any color. D. Disruptor Wanderglyph, a 4-mana common artifact creature golem. It's a 3/4. And then whenever it attacks, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. That's actually not bad. This could see its way into more decks than not because graveyard hate is pretty relevant. C. We got a few more here. Roaming Throne, a 4-mana rare artifact golem. It's a 4-mana 4/4 with Ward 2. When it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Roaming Throne is the chosen type in addition to its other types. If a triggered ability of another creature you control of the chosen type triggers, it triggers an additional time. This is a 4-mana 4/4 with Ward 2, which is fine. And then I guess you can name like dinosaurs or merfolk or whatever it is on top of that to make it do extra things. B? Clan Harmonicon? I like it. Yeah, basically. B. I'd be happy just playing as a 4-mana 4/4 with Ward 2. And then if you got other cards left in your deck with those sick ETB abilities, merfolk and dinosaur especially, then you name those. B. Scampering Surveyor, 4-mana for an uncommon creature gnome artifact, 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land or cave, put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. It's Skittering Surveyor, but slightly bigger and finds caves. He's okay. Again, likely going to be the most important for the caves deck. D+. Yeah, D+. 4-mana 3/2. D+. Hoverstone Pilgrim, 5-mana uncommon artifact creature golem. He's a 2/5 with flying and Ward 2. And you can spend 2 mana, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Oh, okay. They got one of you. Usually have one of these creature card or artifact creatures that lets you like put things up back on bottom of your deck so that you don't mill out. He's super D. Very much a D. Alright, just a couple more here. Chimil, the Inner Sun, a 6-mana legendary artifact. Spells you control can't be countered. At the beginning of your end step, discover 5. Well, it's no, frick. What was the other card? The Immortal Sun? The Immortal Sun is better than this. It is 6 mana. I mean, the spells you control can't be countered. That's not going to be super important. But it does let you start discovering 5 at your end step. So it's like a free spell / draw an extra card for 6 mana. No, I think you need something that impacts the board more at 6 mana than that. This looks more like a C. If you get it down and you manage to, and you're stabilized enough, you are essentially getting to draw an extra card every turn. That's something. But without it giving your creatures power or shutting down more of your opponent's stuff, like just your spells can't be countered, it's not good enough. Yeah, it's like a C. Next is Runaway Boulder, 6-mana artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, deals 6 damage to target creature an opponent controls. And has cycling too. That's hilarious. Yeah, people run. So a 6-mana deals 6 damage to a creature, and then you can always cycle it away later. Would I play a ton of these? It's an artifact. If you need artifacts in your graveyard. C-? It's just 6 mana is a lot to deal 6. Yeah, probably. No, I'm going to go down on it. It's still probably like a D+. The cycling helps it, but 6 mana to deal 6 is a lot. And then the boulders kind of hangs out. All right, final artifact card. Threefold Thunder Hulk. That's a mouthful. A 7-mana rare artifact gnome. Its base power and toughness is 0. It enters the battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters on it. Okay? When it enters the battlefield or attacks, create a number of 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature tokens equal to its power. Oh, okay. So it's a 3-mana 3/3 that comes with 3 1/1s. 2 mana, sacrifice another artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Threefold Thunder Hulk. I get it. It's a 3-mana 3/3 that comes with a bunch of 1/1s, and then you can sacrifice the 1/1s or other artifacts to make him get more power and toughness. And then when he attacks, you then make that many more gnome artifacts. It's also 7 mana. If this format is slow enough, this thing could be a real pain to deal with, especially because you just get a bunch of chump blockers. And if you're able to start attacking with it, and you start beefing it up, then it's good. I worry about the mana cost. Of course. If you get this to land, it's a B. Because that also gives you a lot of chump blockers if you're way behind. And the sacrifice outlet. Yeah, even if you could just attack with it once after landing with it, it feels pretty good. Probably a B. 7 mana is a lot. Alright, that's all the artifacts. Last few things was just the lands, which is a lot of caves. There's one for each color. They all enter the battlefield tapped, and they all have 5 mana, tap, sacrifice it, discover 4 at sorcery speed. It's not bad. It's a land, tapped land that you can trade in later for a card. But it also has more man lands. Restless Anchorage is a blue-white one. 1 white-blue. Until end of turns, the Restless Anchorage becomes a 2/3 white-blue bird with flying, and whenever attacks, make a map. Good. I probably don't need to read all of these. Generally speaking, these are all like C+, B- level cards, and they're good for fixing, and if they're in your colors, absolutely play them. I think the funniest one is the Restless Prairie, though, because it becomes a llama. And it looks like a llama. But also has a couple other ones. Captivating Cave. You can tap to add colorless. 1, add 1 mana of any color. And then 4, sacrifice it, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Don't love it. It is like emergency fixing later on, and they can exchange it in later for some counters, I guess. Cavern of Souls is getting reprinted. It taps for, when it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. It taps for colorless, or add 1 mana of any color for the creature chosen type, and that spell can't be countered. It's still going to be very much a constructed card. Not going to do you a whole lot in limited. This is still like a C limited card. Cavernous Maw is an uncommon cave. Does enter untapped. Taps to add colorless. You can pay 2 and turn it into a 3/3 elemental creature. Oh. We can only activate this if the number of other caves you control plus the number of cave cards in your graveyard is 3 or greater. Oh. Okay, so you need to have a bunch of caves in order to start animating this. So it's no Mutavault. But still, if it's a caves deck kind of build around bonus, C+. Echoing Deeps is a rare cave. You may have it enter the battlefield tapped as a copy of any land card in a graveyard, except it's also a cave. And it taps to add colorless. I don't really know how to grade most of these. But I like that there's so many caves, so maybe there is a cave deck. Yeah, so I guess you can like play this if you've like discarded a card or milled a card, or if you activated the other caves, then you got like that color of this, but it's also a cave. See, I guess? Forgotten Monument, cave, tap to add colorless. Other caves you control have tap, pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color. Turn all your caves into pain lands. That pain adds up. I'm kind of down on this one. C- on that. Pit of Offerings, another cave. Enters the battlefield tapped. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 3 target cards from graveyards. Okay. And then taps for add colorless or 1 mana of any of the exiled cards' colors. I kind of like that one the most so far. Graveyard hate. But you also can like choose some colors that you need from your own or hit your opponents. B+ on that one. Promising Vein, cave, add for colorless, or 1 tap, sacrifice it. Search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle. Didn't we just have a land that was like this and seemed like it was going to be really good and ended up being not good? I mean, I think you're going to want this for your cave deck either way. Yeah, was it the Lord of the Rings land? And maybe just because Lord of the Rings ended up being a pretty fast format. Shire Terrace, that's it. Shire Terrace ended up being not good. I wonder how Promising Vein is going to play out in comparison. Let's say C-. Play it safe. But a different format, who knows. Sunken Citadel is a rare land. When it enters the battlefield, choose a color. You can tap to add 1 mana of the chosen color, or tap to add 2 mana of the chosen color, but only to activate the abilities of land sources. Oh, so you can use it to like animate your lands or sacrifice your other caves. See? No. It's like a C+. It's basically an Evolving Wilds, but has the small upside of being able to double mana for some lands. And finally, Volatile Fault. Cave, adds for colorless. 1, tap, sacrifice it. Destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. That player may find a basic land. You get a treasure. I wish you could also get a basic. I guess they did that so it's not as good as like Field of Ruin or something. And I don't know how many caves are going to show up that you really want to like be like, get them and take that out. This is probably the weakest cave. D+ on that one. And I don't even think you really want to. Yeah. Don't love that. All right, there you go. That is the entirety of the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. How will this go? We'll see. Pretty afraid of all them big dick dinosaurs. But I'm going to wrap up the YouTube recording here because I've just been talking nonstop for 6 hours and my throat hurts. But hopefully this helped give you a little bit of insight to my thought process for Lost Caverns of Ixalan, especially if you got anything you just disagree with or any other thoughts. And we'll see how this plays out because it comes out this weekend. Pre-releases this weekend, y'all. All right, thanks for watching, YouTube Munchers. Hope you enjoyed it, and good luck on your pre-releases.